I wouldn't say that though. I wouldn't. What am I so much? Don't worry, I'm not worried at all. Not worried in the slightest. My opponent's up a pawn, but I doubt that there's any real way to win in this endgame, considering how bad White's pawn structure is, and the fact that my queen and knight are both very active. So, despite the fact that I'm down a pawn, I'm not too concerned. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. Hmm. See. We'll see, homies. I want to take on c3. He's like a super... Wait, I'm a supervillain? I'm a chess supervillain. Do you know who I am? No. This looks like a really good move. I mean, to be fair, what can I say? I'm not based enough to be a supervillain in real life, so I'm a supervillain in chess. I'm more like a villain of the week. I don't think I got the presentation to be a supervillain. I'm a villain, just not a super one. The difference, of course, being presentation. So I expect I'm going to win this game, not because of anything objective, just because my opponent has a minute 35. Like, this is not, like, okay, this is a drawn endgame, most likely, but it's not going to be the easiest draw. You know? It's not... Store brand villain. Yeah, like a Costco villain. I'm going to take the bishop. This might be wrong. But I'm going to take the bishop and then play queen d2. Batman or Superman or Mittens. Wait, Mittens is a superhero. No, Mittens is a villain. I'm not... Mittens is a villain. He wants to draw. I'm definitely winning here. I'm probably winning here. I don't know. Am I winning here? Either way, that's not a loss, so we keep going. Top says complete, I think. Oh yeah, give it to us. Give it to us. Is Isaac Wood number 1, 2, and 3? Oh, no, no, no. You like the chick more. I forgot. Plus 1 elo. It was minus 1 elo. I lost an elo off that. I think it's like Queen C7 here. Isaac Wood is on there? He is? That's hilarious. Your hard work and what you gonna do? Amy Winehouse? Ooh, that's an interesting choice. I don't necessarily disagree, but that's a very interesting choice. Number 2 is Isaac Wood. That's hilarious. You know what? I kind of don't agree with that, Tyler Hyde. Of course. I expected Tyler above Isaac. I'm not going to lie to you. I really thought you were going to put Tyler above Isaac. 4 is Haley Williams. I haven't listened to enough of her music to know. That's an interesting list. Cameron Winter. It's an interesting list. Amy Winehouse being number 1 is a very interesting choice. I don't disagree necessarily, but it's interesting. I don't know if taking there is better or if leaving it there is better. I don't really want my queen on the open file. That feels wrong. Bishop e7, bishop d7, castles, and I'm just up a pawn. I find it difficult to understand where white's big compensation is. Heck, I might even go like g6, bishop g7. I'm not being cringe or tacky. You know, I never thought about that, but you're totally right. It's very hard to do. Most people who make 50s or 60s sounding music ended up sounding both cringe and tacky. I missed that. Postmodern jukebox? I'm not gonna lie to you, I like some postmodern jukebox. Most of it I find a little, like you said, tacky, but I like some of it. Oh, you're talking about like the original? Wait, that doesn't sound like 50s. Does it? Oh. So like the wait, hold on a second. So just the woman who's saying that song. Tries to feel like. Okay, give me a second. Hold on a second. I haven't listened to All About That Bass in forever. Like the original song. This is not what I searched, YouTube. Thank you. I can almost see it. You know, I kind of see it actually. I mean, I don't like that song regardless, but I could kind of see how it would be. Too simply because all emotion puts into singing, I just love that. Definitely. But this is gonna be my hot take. I think Isaac Wood is carried by the fact that he's in BCNR, which sounds dumb, but like, hear me out. Let me cook on this one. I would put Tyler Hyde above Isaac Wood because Isaac Wood is singing super emotionally, but like, I'm not sure that should put him that high in a all-time greatest singers. I could shake on that as well. Like, I don't think it's like unhinged of a take, but like, Like, there are far worse takes I've seen. What beyond which BCNR singer is better? This is true. This is true. This is true. I play like Rook HC8, then King F8, and I'm fine. Very weird position, but I'm up a pawn, so I don't really care. Gonna be real. Up a pawn, don't care. The knight can come to like to e4 at some point. I'll do this anyway, and then King F8. Too much? I don't know how to explain it. That makes sense. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of impressive singers out there. That's my problem, is I find it difficult because I wouldn't know how to rank singers, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not saying anyone can't. I'm just saying I wouldn't know how to. Because I don't know, like, are we going from a technical perspective? That feels wrong. Yeah, of course. This isn't a criticism of your list. This is why I can't make a list. I've tried. I can't do it. It's difficult. Because I like music? That's fair. That's pretty much what you have to do. I think that's pretty much the correct approach. Yeah, I think bishop c3 was a poor move. I don't understand why b5, no, not b5, sorry, b4 just doesn't just work super well. Maybe you have queen d3? Do I have to give up the exchange there? I guess I do. What do I get for it? Free bishop? I think he had queen d3. Did he not? Am I missing something? No, we can call you sexist. We can just say you're sexist because you only like it when women sing. That's still sexist, I think. Right? Back me up on this, guys. This is very important to me. I will take my free piece and I will leave. Was I truly sexist all along? Yes. That's the problem. That's why you have to make the list 10, not 5. Because if you make the list only 5, then you're going to be an ist of something because you can't have an even number of people, you know? Actually, it's not true. You can have 2 men, 2 women, and someone who's non-binary. My mistake. Never mind. So yeah, that's your problem. You need to replace one of the women on your list. Sorry, don't make the rules. Don't make the rules. Sex isn't the friends you made along the way. No. Hello, snail. Boofish. I can vibe with that. This H3 stuff is always really, H6 stuff is always weird, a little weird, very weird to me. What's... trying to remember. I'm trying to think. Where is it? Hello, homies. Blob. Yeah, I know. I read the second Blob, but Boofish is funnier than Blobfish. Wins Magnus, duh. Wesley, wow. Alreza and MVL. MVL won in tiebreaks? MVL is also another one of those people who just people don't talk about enough. Mr.Fish. Is that a website? Don't click on the link. We've transposed into a main line, only I'm a tempo up. There's no B6 yet. Yeah, because I'm thinking of stuff like Rexport, just about what you said about 50s style music without being tacky. Stuff like I don't know how, but they found me. And I don't hate it, but I see what you're saying where it's a little tacky. I have no idea what it is. I mean, if you think I'm okay with it, trust your judgment. Because you're risking your own banning. D1. Standard stuff. So I'm going to deny just because the language is a little strong. That's... I mean, I would say it's probably possible to find a legitimate criticism of someone who takes an ironic tone too often. However, I somewhat disagree with the methodology. Bro wants me dead. You need irony like a fish needs water. I'm doing what I normally do and I'm taking it too seriously. So I'm thinking about it. And like, there's something to be said about being able to be serious when it demands it. I've never interpreted yours as too bad. Maybe I'm undersensitive because I don't care that much. Because I lean towards the more ironic side. Yeah, so something like I don't know how, but they found me tries for that like 50s, 60s vibe, but ends up being a little tacky. So I see what you're saying. And I never thought about it that way, but I think you're right. I appreciate that. I'm sorry. I mean, if we did send you that, I really, as you know, don't agree with that way of communicating. I almost played bishop h3, the intention being just to give him this very weak double isolated pawn in the center. The reason I didn't is because I think the open f file almost acts as enough compensation, and so I didn't want to have to deal with that long term. And plus, I think he already has enough problems. I don't know. He did tell me to DM him when it was his turn, so I'm going to do so regardless, but... Honestly, if, again, assuming he... assuming he did say you said NG that, I prefer he did it out loud, because, you know, it's my chat. Oops, MVL versus 5 is still another round. Armageddon round 1, which MVL won. MVL's a monster, man. Like, while Fabi is one of my favorite chess players, like working, um, I have to say I have to prefer MVL from an odds perspective in situations. Goes religious. Well, sillyism religion. Well, I am religious, but sillyism I'm not sure is what I call my religion. It's what my religion should be, but I'm not powerful enough. So singing music now doesn't sound so serious to me for some reason. Well, I would say some of it's serious, but most of it's kind of like almost tongue in cheek. I'm a silly, goofy guy. What can I say? See, now knight kind of has to go back to f6. Unless you want to play f6, like pawn to f6. That looks wrong, though. Yeah, see? This is what I mean. This looks bad. This looks bad. This is kind of demonstrating part of the power of the bishop pair. They work just so well together, and so it's so difficult for white, if not for white, for black to do anything meaningful or productive because the bishops are just dominating the knight. This knight can't do anything. Uh-huh. I see. Is a toxic version of Taylor Swift? Well, then why wasn't Taylor Swift above Amy Winehouse on your list? Checkmate, liberal. Also, isn't Taylor Swift toxic? Hi, I like your chat rules. Thank you, Parik. Appreciate the kind words. I'm leaving sillyism, so I'm a silly Billy. Smart. This guy is an expert in philosophy. Philosophy. I almost like this move, but the problem is bishop takes here. So I'm going to push this first and get that off of the square. That might be bad because it allows knight d6, d5. He can't play knight d5. What am I saying? Amy Winehouse can actually sing better than average? Oh. We got to take. Oh, come on. Hold on a second. I'm not a Swiftie. I'm not. But calling Taylor Swift singing average, I think is a little bit cope. You know? That's like come on, that's like saying Ryan Gosling is an average looking guy. That's a little bit cope. You know what I mean? Like, come on, guys. I'm not saying she's the greatest singer of all time, but come on. Oh, that's fair. Anything special amongst singers? See, that's kind of what I mean. Yeah, she's not end of the world best or amazing, but I can understand why people go for it. I could see it. But... I would say she's better than average, though. I think I disagree slightly. Again, I'm not a huge Swiftie. I don't listen to her music very regularly at all, but I think there is a reason for her success, despite the fact that Peter Wayne. No, no. Obviously, me saying she's above Amy Winehouse. Amy Winehouse. Anyway, Amy Winehouse is a joke, but come on, I'm not that bad. Come on now. Have a little faith. Fans say she's more famous than Michael Jackson. Well, I'm not talking fame, because more famous, that's so impossible to measure. She's extremely culturally influential. That's for sure. See, the problem is if I end up trading this knight for this bishop, then it's very difficult to ever try and hope and win this. Will do. Apparently, because I worked for most of the day, so have a good one. Fish and see you Monday. See you, Rexport. Appreciate you stopping by, per usual. Stefan Creative, thanks so much for the follow. Again, fame is impossible to measure, but she is extremely culturally influential, regardless of your opinion of her. Taylor Swift needs to calm down, man. You know how much your tickets cost? Well, a lot, but no, right? MJ, better talent, better style. Well, that wasn't the question, was it, Yoddle? Ayara v the goat. Arav the goat. How do I pronounce it? That's not the question. Was it Goddle? The question wasn't, is she better than Michael Jackson as a singer? The question was, is she more famous than Michael Jackson? Right? No, she's not. I'm just saying. I'm not saying she is. I'm saying she's extremely culturally influential. Now, it's difficult. It's kind of a crystal ball prediction, but if I were forced to guess, which I'm going to guess, even though I'm not forced to guess because it's more fun. I would say that Michael Jackson's music will most likely age better than Taylor Swift's. There's my hot take for the day. How do y'all feel about that one? No, Michael Jackson more famous than even in India. I believe that. This end game is going to be impossible to win. Impossible, man. Eminem is greater than Michael Jackson. Ooh. I like Eminem. I do. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. I feel like that's a bit much. How many good albums does Eminem have? Let's think about this rationally for a second. It's very famous worldwide. Taylor Swift is more in the US, Canada. That's an excellent point. In some countries in Europe, Africa, nowhere close in Asia that speaks for itself. South Korea could be an exception. Yeah. No, I agree. No, I would definitely be Team Michael Jackson over Taylor Swift. I'm partially arguing devil's advocate, and I'm also partially just trying to understand where y'all are coming from because it's interesting. I'm going to go here. This is a weird move, but it prevents the knight from coming to e3. This still can't be taken yet, so I have time to waste. I have a tempo. No, Michael Jackson, I think I would definitely put above Taylor Swift. It's a recency bias thing, you know? I really think the recency bias is what would put people in Taylor's favor. That's the threat, right? What if he takes? If he takes, then I take the knight, and that's clearly winning, which is why I wasn't scared of it. Ooh, maybe I should have played here first. No, I don't think so. I could have, though, because I would have won the trebuchet. Ooh, this might have been a better move. Knight here? Here. Yeah, that would have been better. Ah, I made a mistake. I don't think he can take this pawn. Which was my point. Because if you take the pawn, bishop takes, king takes, I take here, and I've got to be winning that king and pawn endgame. That's a winning king and pawn endgame, 100%. Man, these are grindy games I'm playing against these 2Ks. I'm winning them, but they're just taking forever. They're just taking forever. These guys just don't go down without a fight. My threat is bishop e5, king d6. Because at that point, if he takes the pawn, I just take this. I don't even try to take the knight. I mean, I could, but I don't think I have to. I disagree with that. Takes, knight takes, pawn takes, king here, king here. He's one move too slow. So I'm up a pawn. Is this rapid, blitz, or bullet? This was originally 10+0 rapid. However, it's basically devolved into a bullet game for him and a blitz game for me. However, he's completely losing. So, okay, next game. Ooh, 0 mistakes, 0 blunders, 0 misses. When I start every stream, I start by playing rated games until I lose, and then that's when I start playing against viewers. And so I've actually haven't lost one of my rated games yet, which is why I'm still playing rated. I expect to lose fairly soon because that's usually what happens, but so far I'm doing okay. All right, good luck. No problem. Thank you. Appreciate it. This looks good for me. I think I'm doing so. And you can see in my title, I haven't updated my title with my new elo yet, so my title is still the elo I had at the start of stream. So you can see from my title that I've actually gained quite a bit of elo since I started streaming because I've just kept winning. It's because I've hit 2200 before, so I'm a bit stronger than my elo would say. But because of a few factors, I really have dumped elo recently. I'm just going to give him the a7 pawn. I think getting this is way more important. Maybe I'm delusional, but maybe I am delulu. Don't think I'm delulu. Who knows? Not I. I could have gone bishop c6 followed by knight e4. That might have been better. Don't know. It's not clear to me. Then my idea is I'm going to go bishop b5 followed by some. Look at this diagonal. You know Gotham chess and how he says rook. Fabi's winning in the final art again. The comeback is nice. I knew I shouldn't have said anything about me preferring Fabi in bullet stuff or like really fast time controls. You can't discount Fabi, man. The guy is crazy. The guy's a legend. This era. Isn't he already in the Forbes 30 under 30? Mr. Goatham Chess? I'm fairly certain that was like a thing that happened. I mean, he deserves it. He's doing an excellent job. He's very much in the loop. He's definitely not responsible for the chess boom, but he definitely is one of the people who helped maximize it. It's very interesting. I was lucky to be in the chess sphere before it blew up. And so it's been super interesting seeing how everything's gone down. What do you think about diversifying the economies of countries that rely on a single thing? So, I'm second year economics student, right? Not an expert on any of this. However, off the top of my head, like just off the dome, is this a question about what states? No, but that's a good observation. Water. But off the dome, when thinking about this sort of stuff, it's like a weird situation where it's not quite one thing and not quite the other, because from one perspective you would think, oh, of course you would want to diversify your economy, because relying on only one thing is, you know, hyper specialization, and the issue with that is you become reliant on other countries. However, it's also more efficient. So I'm going to use a metaphor. Are you familiar with the polyphasic sleep, the idea of sleeping in a bunch of different like weird rhythms? I'm going to give it another pawn and see if I can get a second, another rook on the second rank. So here's the thing. There's this idea, right, which is that humans are better at getting small amounts of sleep multiple times than they are getting one big pile of sleep. And a few different cultures have optimized the sleep schedule of their culture around it, whatever. The point is, there's this weird principle, this weird thing that happens when you get into like the psychology of it. As you go on and split up your sleep into smaller and smaller chunks, one, you get more efficient, as in you need less sleep. However, at the same time, you also become more reliant on staying with your exact schedule. So, if for whatever reason you get knocked off your schedule, it's going to be way worse. Right? So technically, from a pure scientific perspective, might be theoretically possible to only sleep 2 hours per 24-hour cycle by sleeping in 6 20-minute chunks. Theoretically. However, if anything throws you off your cycle, you're dead. You are going to be messed up for like a week. I'm not going to win. I'm very losing. You're going to be messed up for like a week. So I would say that's kind of how it works with specialization, not just economically, but also like individually. The more you specialize, the more two things happen. One, you end up with a more efficient economy, and two, you end up with a more fragile economy because you're reliant on others. And so I would think to some degree it would be difficult, if not impossible, to balance only around one thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, second year economics student, not an expert. Almost Richard Feynman of economics. We'll see. Give me a few years. Is there any one economic activity that a state can rely on to persist or signal incoming collapse enough to reform the economy? I mean, like, historically, inflation has been a pretty good sign that bad things are coming. Like, very high inflation. That's a very boring answer. Because, like, everyone knows that. internal to the state. So, like, if you think about it, it's most efficient because I'm not sure if it would apply the same way. I'm not sure either. Again, I'm thinking this through live. You're getting live alco reaction. I'm not sure it's a perfect analogy either, but it's an interesting analogy. And honestly, that's kind of enough at this point for me. That's definitely wrong. It's probably still winning, but it's going to be very difficult. This is a dark square. Okay. I've got a goal. It's definitely not a perfect analogy, but it's an interesting analogy. Because if you think about it at an individual level, which obviously countries are a lot more complex. However, I'm simplifying it. If you think about it at an individual level, technically the most efficient thing I can do is just get really, really good at one thing, do that one thing, and make a ton of money from it. However, historically when that happens, you know, you end up with some problems as a person. You end up not being a super well-rounded individual. Because they're African born all stats, if demand dries up. Yeah, exactly. See, that's the problem. That's one of the problems. I'm not even going there. I'm going for more medium term, right? If you're going long term, then definitely you can't just specialize on one thing. Because the issue is, like you said, if demand dries up, then you're dead. That's a very practical problem with hyper specialization. Is the fact that historically there hasn't been too many crazy things that have lasted for a good 1,000 years. Mm, I'm probably dead. If I could just take one of these pawns, it'll be a draw. Or even sack my bishop for both of them. That's what I'd want to do. I want to sack my bishop for both of them. You cannot currently because I'm playing rated, but as soon as I start playing with viewers, you're totally okay too. But just for now I'm playing rated, so I don't yeah, no, for now. But once I start playing against viewers, which will be after this game because I'm going to lose, then you're fine. 2030 vision looks promising. I don't know. For now, they can't fail because of all the oil money, but I don't have a lot of faith. in the long term if the oil money dries up. That's not true, Navo. Getting assistance is not allowed on chess.com regardless of what your elo or your opponent's elo, or the person who's giving you advice's elo is. That's something that has been clarified before. Now he queens, and then he mates me. Well, I tried for the stalemate, but, you know, can't win them all. I ended up, what, 11 elo higher than when I started? Not the worst. I can do better, but not the worst. Okay, now the viewer games begin. Sorry that went so long. Even though there was fewer games there than I've had some days, today's games were just long, man. We'll see, but I just don't have a lot of faith long term because if the learning speed said it's fine somewhere. If it's unrated, then yeah, but I don't think rated chess. I think in rated chess, you're never allowed to have advice regardless of situation. Again, unrated's a different picture. Unrated, yeah, absolutely. But that's why I play unrated against y'all, and that's why unrated I say it's fine. It's rated where I am less enthusiastic. Is Shaw's still here? Superpower managers, resources, they jump in education level, technological advancements. Well, yeah, but people have also been saying that about Brazil for forever. Okay, perfect. What's your chess.com name, Shaw's? So it's not just now. How's your Greek going? I haven't done a lot of Greek practice in a while. I'm going to be honest with you. I've been super busy with midterms. A lot of stuff has happened. Take wealthy on one type of company. Sell anything else? That's what I mean, check. All the skills and materials have been every time of activity, you could expect the economy to trade massively. Well, one, that, but two, I'm talking more from a cultural level. Like, if your entire culture is built around this one thing and allows, because, okay, here's where things are going to get a little interesting. If your entire culture is built around effectively a money spigot, just a valve that pours out money when you open it, your economy can survive a lot of inefficiencies. To use a very soft term, your economy can survive a great deal of inefficiency because what's gonna happen? Oh no, I used some of this money from the money spigot. The money spigot still pours. You know, I'm not going to say it's not hard to get money out of oil, but it's a lot easier than a lot of other industries. And so if you transition to an economy based on something else, and that something else has to sustain you, suddenly those inefficiencies matter a lot. If I have a spout in my wall that pours out money when I open it, I won't have to work, I won't have to get good at things, and if I subscribe to a billion streaming services and give money to everyone in my family constantly, and eat out constantly, and buy expensive clothes and wear underwear only once before I throw away that pair of underwear, it doesn't matter a whole lot because I still have the money spigot. My bills are going to still get paid because I have the money spigot. If suddenly the money spigot stops pouring and I have to get a job, suddenly a lot of those things that I could just do before without having to worry become a lot more problematic. And while I'm not the most familiar about the economy in the Saudi economy, I would be shocked if there weren't a lot of those sorts of inefficiencies that would struggle to survive a transition to a more real industry. I would be surprised. Asia's union of countries? I think he means just as like an economic region. However, so I think best case scenario, assuming World War III or something terrible doesn't happen, I think Africa would go the same way as like India, which is just first population and then second other things happen. Now, what the other things will happen and when is going to be difficult because there's a lot of generational trauma down there. There is in India too, but that's going to be difficult to get over. Okay, London. Okay. I don't love putting the knight in front of the c pawn, but it's not the end of the world. But you could say Asia is a union of countries, just like you could say Europe as a union of countries. If you're talking really broadly, which seems to be what he's talking about, then you could say Europe as a union of countries. The same way you could call Asia union countries or the Americas a union of countries. Precisely, beside the inefficiencies, and you touched on this already, such thing about skills and tools necessary for other activities. Yeah. Continuing the metaphor, if I have the money spigot, I'm not going to learn any marketable skills because I don't need to, because I have a money spigot. Pneumo ultramicroscopic silico volcanoconiosis. Oh, sorry. Pneumo ultramicroscopic silico volcano Coimiosa? Never heard that one. And his biggest problem is the cultural difference from religion to language. Yeah. Which that's a big issue anywhere. But India's is it real bad. So if you have this in your prep, then this is fine. It's not the end of the world, especially against like the G6 stuff. But again, just against D5, this knight feels kind of bad. Ah, yeah. That makes sense. No, it's just that includes a lot of countries, very different people and culture. Well, so does saying Asia, and so does saying Europe. The Americas, if you're talking North America, it's not that different. It's different, very different, but not like it would be different in Asia or Africa or Europe. But again, you couldn't make any really thorough analysis of that. But I don't think they were when they were saying Africa in that context. Norway finally said, finally someone accepted the full world. It's Comioza at the end because that's the word at us in Romania. Oh, cool. Another Romanian. I have a lot of Romanians. So Newman ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis is what it is in English. Okay. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Going for these really early trick shots is a problem because they just play d6 and now this knight looks kind of dumb. This knight's going to move backwards at some point because it's not doing anything here. It's only a target. And now you've effectively given black 2 free moves by playing this because black wants to push these pawns anyway. So these early attacks that work against lower rated players start to fall off because if they don't work, you're giving up 2 moves. And while as a lower rated player or as a more beginner player, that doesn't feel as bad because it's like, oh, 2 moves, what's he going to do? As you get better, those 2 moves become more and more and more and more important until eventually Magnus Carlsen can beat grandmasters with 2 free moves. Right? If he gets 2 moves, if he gets 2 tempi like this, you're dead. Right? Now, we're not at that level yet. However, it is something that you will feel, and you will start to feel more and more as time goes on. Which is why the sword thing isn't recommended, and which is why principled chess is more recommended. Knight f3, castles e3. Because see, now you don't have any opening advantage, because black's managed to stabilize the position and finish, and is as developed as you are. d5, h3. Bishop f5, sure. G4, bishop e4, sure. H4 is very enthusiastic. Dumb to think 3 tempo is worth 1 pawn. I've heard that before. Also, another thing that I've heard that a strong grandmaster once told me was this. He said, if you move the same piece twice in the opening, you better have a very good reason to justify it, to prove exactly to me why that is necessary and amazing for your position. If you don't have an amazing reason to move the same piece more than once in the opening, don't do it. Only 1 pawn? Yeah, but 3 tempi is worth a pawn. That's still a lot. But it's not tempi is in the sense you get 3 free moves. It's tempi in the sense that you've already played 3 more moves. That's a weird distinction to make, but like in this position, black doesn't get 2 free moves, because if black got 2 free moves, I would go here takes, right? Ooh, so it's tempy rather than just free moves. It's a little different. Either way, so in this position, if you were trying to play knight b5, I as your coach would say, why? Give me a very good reason why you're playing knight b5 instead of knight f3 or e3 or like literally anything else, or e4 even. E4 looks excellent. Absolutely, Parik, but it's still stuff that people need to like hammer in, you know. Like, tell me why you're playing this instead of e4 and just develop, or knight f3. And if the reason is hoo-ha, take pawn, that's not a good reason. If the reason is, were you learning something else other than Greek? Not another language. I started Rust, which is a programming language, and I'm learning a little bit of that. But midterms are causing me problems, and so I've been studying for midterms more and working on class exams. And then my car got a problem, so I had to work on that. And then I have, I was asked to do the coffee at a Christmas party, and so I've been working on that some. And then I have a chess tournament coming up, because I think I'm Magnus Carlsen, delusional genius. How much do you study for those? Not as much as I should. Also, I have assignments. Those are what I'm working more on. I'm studying for the exams only usually a few days before, but the assignments take more time because it's like a 12-page essay and then a 12-page PowerPoint presentation for each one. And I have like 4. Opponent commit pawns badly, but I don't think this counts. But that would be a justifiable reason. What card do you have? I have a Skoda Citigo. A 2-door Skoda Citigo. I think it's like 2012, 2015. Sometimes you do this weird and then move back, get the bone commit pawns badly. I don't think this counts. But you would have to explain that to me. Either way, check. That's not what White was saying here. White wouldn't tell me that. And if they did, I would say, well, you're just wrong. There's no weaknesses here. Black's not created any weaknesses. Because that's why I clarified earlier. These are moves that he wants to play. It's because you're helping him play moves he already wants to play, not forcing him to play moves he doesn't. And plus, we're dealing with people who are 1400 lead chess, so I'm simplifying things a little bit. Kind of the way it ebbs and flows and the pendulum swings, you start with a rule, then you learn how to break the rule. Then you learn why the rule's still more important, then you learn to break the rule again. And you go back and forth, and eventually you're Magnus Carlsen giving up a queen for 2 pieces against a grandmaster. You know what I mean? Bishop g4, bishop e2, d5. Either way, g4 is good, decent. h4 is decent. The problem with h4 is your queen side isn't the most stable. So after a queen b6, this pawn isn't super easy to take. You know what I mean? To hold on to. And so your king is kind of stuck in the center. Now that doesn't matter for now, but it means that pushing this is difficult. 1400 lead players are strong? Yes, they are. Yes. But it's kind of a little scary. However, okay. The pawn stack is interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about it. Okay, now I hate it. I was kind of letting you cook in this position. Because I was assuming that you were getting h5 guaranteed. And if you get City goes a cue card, it works very well for what I needed to do. And the mileage is amazing. It's like 10 cents. It's like 10 cents a kilometer if I'm using like plin, or if I'm using propane. So I was assuming that you either get to play h5 immediately, or you take this first, and then after you move back, you play h5. In which case, I'm not sure that it's good, but you can sort of justify it. Because the reason you go for these attacks, let me explain something. If your opponent has the setup where he's got these pawns, right? What you want to do, and Fischer was one of the first people to really like hammer this in, was you want to go h4, h5, take, open the h file, sack something on the h file, and kill him. You want to go boom, boom, boom. the way Fisher put it was h4, h5, takes, check, takes, mate. Which was just Fisher saying, you kill him. So in these sorts of positions, the reason sacrificing g4 isn't the dumbest thing in the world is because after sacrificing g4, now you should include this capture first, you get to force h5 through. And the problem is either you open the g file as black, which is hideous because the rook gets on the g file and that looks dangerous, or you don't. You play something, I don't know, knight bd7, let's say, and then you open the h file. And so now my plan is if I can bring my queen in somehow, like something dumb like this is a very bad idea, but my point is with this sort of plan, I can sometimes cause some major problems, some major headaches here for black. How are you doing, pandas? And so in this position, takes. That was very aggressive. Anyway, knight d2 is bad. One, because you lose a full rook. It's very bad. But also because it conflicts with the primary idea of the opening, which is you want to play h5. And so you should be forcing h5 through immediately. Like h5 here makes some sense. I'm not sure if it's good, but it makes sense. Like, this is justifiable. Again, I'm not saying it's good. I don't know if it's good, but so basically you got takes, check, and then takes, check, and then you mate, and yeah. Exactly. Caliente. That means a huge avenue of attack for white. Yes. Good clarification. If we go back to what I was saying earlier, in this position, if they play something like knight here, you take, and they take with f, it's just as good, if not better for you, because you're still threatening eventually to take on h7 or play bishop here and then take and then bring your queen in that way. It's very dangerous. But he did not take your rook. Lucky for you. Yeah, the g-pawn is essentially a clearance sacrifice. Now, normally you just do it by h4. So like in this position, h4 is not very good, but like it's justifiable. Like, I could justify h4. The reason it's not very good is because he gets h5, he does this, and he makes it all concrete, which is why g4 is interesting. But I have a feeling that wasn't your intention, but now you're doing it. Okay, wonderful. h6. I don't like h6 at all. h6 is wrong. And sack the rook! Remember. See, this is what I mean. Search for a game I remembered until now. Stefan, don't worry. And remember, Stefan, you can either play with me, like we'll play a game against each other, unrated 10-0, or you can show me a game and I can analyze it. It's your choice. Both are totally acceptable for your turn. So h6 here is incorrect. This is just wrong. Because remember, the idea, if you're going for these systems, if he doesn't have a light dark squared bishop, if this piece doesn't exist, if you've already traded these two, then okay, maybe h6, and you bring the queen in and you try to checkmate him. Sure. But 99.9% of the time, the goal is takes and you mate him on the h-file. That's the way these positions are played. Pardon me. You try to bring a queen in, you trade off the bishops, you mate him on the h-file. Now, black has enough counterplay here because your king is still in the center, and the queen side isn't the safest place on the board. What if he takes with the f-pawn? Good question. If he takes with the f-pawn, you celebrate, because you get to play bishop c4 check. And this is a beautiful, beautiful bishop. Beautiful bishop. He plays king h8. You go queen e2, same plan. And this bishop is a beautiful piece. Because now this is even scarier. That's the thing. Taking with f opens this diagonal, and the h7 pawn is still weak. He hasn't fixed any problems, and he's given himself a new weakness. King e2? King e2 is even justifiable. I don't think it's good. Specifically because I get queen a5 and I get to play like c5 and e5 or something. The center is not solid enough. If this pawn were like here or something, or this pawn didn't exist, this pawn did, it's maybe in some positions. But in this one, it's not good enough because the center can be cracked open by black fast enough. The center isn't as closed as it needs to be to justify this sort of idea. Like, you try to get aggressive. I don't think you have the time, frankly. I play e5, and that's my plan. If I can get e5, then I can crack open your position, and you're probably dead. So, now, given this will work against like 90% of chess players, including probably me. This idea is bad only because there is a way to defend it and get these pawn pushes. But if black gets scared and tries to defend his king side, he loses. Like if black gets all if black gets all ooh scary of attack, then he loses. You have to be very precise. So it's a good idea, but it just barely doesn't work tactically here. But so yeah, taking this is just simply better. And then you attack on the h-file. Because the point of capturing here isn't to get rid of his h-pawn, it's to get rid of yours. This h-pawn prevents you from killing him. This h-pawn, like in this position, another good move would be pawn to I5, which is kind of highway. Like get this pawn off the board. If you could just pick up this pawn and like chuck it at your opponent, that would be a better move. What about Makedonsky? What about Makedonsky? What if he doesn't take? In that case, you resign. Like literally chucking this pawn at your opponent's head would be a good move. Because you just want to get rid of this so that the h7 pawn is weak. Now taking is bonus points because then after he takes somewhere, you can't play this because the g pawn is weak. So yeah, so there's a bunch. You already fluent in it? I'm like at the low end of fluent. I can hold conversations, but like I don't know random words sometimes. So like I didn't remember the word for oven earlier today when I was having a conversation about like my mom baking cookies. Bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight takes c4. Ooh, we should have taken with pawn. Bishop h8, f4. Okay, c8, bishop g4. You need to castle, man. I don't even know. It was like Realna, something like that. Like bitch, no. Oh, well, it was like Realna or something. Realna. I don't remember. My dad just told me a second ago. Yeah, Realna. Are you Russian? Nope. I'm half Macedonian. Realna. Yeah, it was Realna. You need to get castle here, man. You're going to die. Hello. No, just 883. Ooh. Okay, I like this practically. While the computer says this is a bad move, I like it from a practical perspective. Check, king f8, knight g5, knight f6, and boom, he blunders his queen. This is why I like it. It's not obvious what to play here. Like e6, but then that gives knight takes h7, and it's a little scary. You know, it's a little scary. It's all smoke and mirrors. Nothing actually exists, but it's scary. What's your elo? It's currently what says in the title, 2116. You only Alexander. Again, just barely doesn't work, but I like it from a practical perspective. But he immediately blunders his queen, which we take those and we win. So, interesting game. I would say your primary problems were in the opening, you gave him a million free tempi. You gave him so many free moves for no reason, and because of that, he equalized. So, from then on, equal position. So, you went from slightly better, because opening with white pieces, to equal for no reason. Then, you gave him a pawn, and then gave him a rook. This was an interesting idea, but you just gave him the rook, which is the problem. This was good, though. If you'd gone here first, then we could have had a conversation. But you gave him a rook. Luckily, he didn't take it. And then you played h6, which I really don't like. So h6, which was the wrong way of attacking. And if he played accurately and did this, you have no attack. You're never going to attack him, and you're just going to die. Very bad for black. Very bad for white. And then you didn't castle. You didn't focus on finishing your development. You left your king in the center. And so you deserve to die for that too. And you should have, but then he blundered his queen. So I like the tenacity. I like the practical play. Yeah, Mystery Science Theater 3000. I love Mystery Science. Anyway, I love the practical play. I like the tenacity. But you just need to work on not playing moves that only work if your opponent misses something. If that makes sense. Plus, again, Just the general stuff. This structure, you attack it by taking the pawn and playing with the H file. That's 90% of the time, that's how you attack it. But not a bad game of chess, really. Homie's turn. In your opinion, why is the bishop pinning more dangerous than the queen pinning? Because the bishop is worth less. Pick longer term targets? Yeah. Or just develop your pieces. It's not even a target thing. Just develop your pieces first. Not everything needs to be a target. You don't need a target immediately. That's good to have. And as you get better, thank you, sweet socialite, for the follow. As you get better, you'll need to have targets. But for now, as weaker chess players, us, we can start by just taking our worst piece and making it and putting it on its best square. And that's enough of a thing. And that is enough of a plan for now. Simple. Don't play hope chess. True. Fair. I also think we can only space a target. Yeah, but again, I'm trying to keep it simple. How do you not get tired of explaining these things over and over again? Easy. I'm autistic. No, the actual reason is because I find people's reactions interesting, and also it's kind of an iterative process for me because I'm trying to become a better communicator. Because one of the traits I envy most in other people is being able to clearly and concisely speak, you know, and convey your thoughts very clearly. And so that's a skill I want to develop, and so I find this a interesting breeding ground to talk about something I enjoy and also develop that skill. Make redemption a blunder piece. I used to have it, but it was kind of boring. Because he's almost decent. Very true goal. I had one, Stefan, but the problem was it's like you use it and then the person who's playing the game is like, oh, because it means they don't get to play a normal game of chess, you know? It's difficult to balance. Okay. No better way to learn to speak precisely than to ramble on camera for 4 hours straight. I'm not even exactly kidding. I mean, you know, who was the guy who learned how to speak by filling his mouth with pebbles and then talking with the pebbles in your mouth? What was his reaction? GTA 6 hype trailer. I've never played a GTA game in my life, so little bit like, eh. I like to think I can articulate myself decently well. Trouble is, I can only do it in writing. Yeah. Articulate. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. So that's a skill I envy in others, is the ability to clearly articulate oneself. And so I see streaming as a method. 7 months. That's a long time. I see this as a admittedly imperfect way of developing that skill. Time flies. It's been insane. I mean, I've been busy, which is why time has been flying for me. I don't know if you're in the same boat, but I think I played like 15 minutes of GTA in my life, and I could feel those 15 minutes that it literally breeds psychopaths. I could see that. I'm not a believer that violence in video games creates violent people, but I think it's how it's framed that's important. Hey, thanks for the bit. Really appreciate it. Show the shirt. Well, show the shirt bitless, but I mean the bit. Mystery Science Theater. I love Mystery Science Theater. I love spoofs. Lost art form. Cannot help in many individual cases. Oh, of course, it's a case-by-case basis. While I would be hesitant to agree that video games cause violence in everybody, I would absolutely agree that video games cause violence in some people. And I think that's a nuance that's often lost, just in general, is that not everything affects people the same way. You know what I mean? So just because video games don't cause you to become violent doesn't mean they also don't cause me to become violent. Maybe video games make me super violent, you know? What does equanimity redeem does? Reminds me to relax. Take a deep breath. "13 seasons of a cool quirkiness." Wait, what? There we go. That was a good one. But for most, it's not. Oh yeah, I totally agree. You're preaching to the choir here. But I have met people who violent video games do or does cause negative things. I have met people like that because they do exist. Oh yeah, I haven't seen that many seasons of it. I haven't seen the newest one. Supposedly season 13 was good, but it's not available in my region on Netflix, and I haven't put in the effort to actually use a VPN, which I should probably do at some point. I've heard the newest season that they had on Netflix was good, but I would agree that for most it's not, but I would say that games like GTA are definitely the ones that would cause problems if problems are caused. Played a lot of COD Zombies growing up, and I stopped my notice that was very much affecting my sleep. That makes sense. I've always found that for me, if a game is affecting my sleep, it's because I'm trying to distract myself from something else. Cool lights got behind there. Thank you. There, I have Christmas lights up because it's Christmas time. Unless you're talking about the blue. In which case, yes. I got it for like $15 on like AliExpress. And it's a little jank, but don't really care. Night, Stefan. No, you couldn't sleep? Oh, interesting. Can't play this. See ya. See ya. Sorry we didn't get to you. Sorry Q is still slow. Next time. Very bad position. I am forcefully losing material. I've had some games that, again, it's interesting. I've always had a very overactive imagination, but it's always the most random things that keep me up, that keep me from sleeping. It's interesting. Oh yeah. Affects everybody differently. One thing that I've done is I've tried to stay away somewhat from competitive games other than chess because I feel like they make me angry for no good reason. And in so doing, it's made it so that when I do play competitive games with friends, I'm a lot less angry. Correlates with aggressive behaviors, what's antisocial behavior, but not extreme violence. Well, yeah, but correlation does not equal causation, which is the most said thing of all time. Like, everybody knows that, but it's important to bring up because this is a situation where it's relevant. I would say that you play video games because you're antisocial, not you're antisocial because you play video games, which is an important distinction. You know what I mean? I would say it's a symptom, not a cause. Now, it's the greatest difficulty of any statistics-based anything is discovering whether something's a cause or an effect, but I probably have the opinion that video games are an effect, not cause. All the way down? I'd say that's possible as well. I played video games most when I was more antisocial. And as I've become more social and more had a more balanced life, video games have taken a less and less of a role. Nowadays, I play single player games occasionally, and that's about it. I would say on average. I'm sure there's a way to see how much you play on Steam. Hmm. I don't know. Games with VR? That'd be pretty cool. Not gonna lie. But, I mean, it's like anything else. It comes, it's the next big thing, and then it goes. I've tried VR once, years and years and years ago. But, and it was just Minecraft. But I haven't done any VR6. It's too expensive. I picked up a guitar recently, my session for chess. I'm really enjoying myself. That's good. Again, I'm really busy, but before that, I was trying to pick up the programming language because I feel like that's a really useful skill nowadays, and it's one that I've wanted for a while. And I kind of low-key have anxiety about my future career or lack thereof, and so that's a marketable skill. Python? Nah. Python's for people who are actually sane and rational and want to spend a normal amount of time learning a language. I went straight to Rust. I should have learned Python. Python would have been the smart choice. Clearly you're new here. I don't take the smart, rational choice that is like well balanced. I overcomplicate things. Rust. Doing it my way. I'm in a very bad position. So yeah, Rust is legendary for memory safety, an OG language. It's actually relatively new, which is why it's so cool. Rust is like C++, but with memory safety. What more could you want? Plus, it's becoming more and more widespread because so many applications love the memory safety that Rust has. Because I feel like if I learn Python, Python's a really high level language. And so whenever I would use Python, I can guarantee you I would feel like everything I wrote was like super unoptimized. I know it's not how it works. I know that's like not at all how that works. But that's what I would feel like anytime I would do anything with it. This is bad. I think I'm forcefully getting checkmated. Assembly? You joke. So I've read about a third of the Rust documentation book, and I've been working through the exercises as they've come. That's interesting. I've been enjoying it. The nice part is I already know something about how computers work. I don't know any languages, but which is why I'm starting this whole magical journey. But I'll see where it takes me. I should have learned Python though. Everyone I asked told me that Python was probably the best idea for someone who's never learned a different language before. Even the Rust documentation book was like, yeah, you should probably learn Python. But at that point, it feels like a challenge. I know it's not, but it really feels like one. It's like, oh, I bet you can't learn a complex language first. You baby. You dumb, you absolute buffoon. You fool. Now I'm like, well, now you've insulted my honor. You go have fun in your baby language. Come back once you want to really learn how to code. I'm like, you should try to bring the term patzer back into the broader community, sort of a synonym for fool or loser or something. I would totally do that, but I feel like I'd sound like a patzer. What kind of chess is this? There are any ICBMs in it? There are, I just already got hit by it. Which is why I'm losing. It's definitely a patzer move. That's what I'm saying. I know a patzer move when I see him. I've been a patzer. Remember me? You've gotten so much better. Have you changed your name, Jivongo? Because I don't remember the name Jivongo. I'm going to be honest. Gonna be real. Don't move. How much better am I? When was the last time you saw? Honest physicist? That sounds more familiar than Jivongo does. Difficult. People change their names. I've done it too. What was I saying? Oh yeah. But I haven't done any Rust learning in the past week either because I just, so much stuff to think about. Life. I don't do too well under pressure, as evidenced by this game. This game is a disaster. Not a whole lot I can criticize, because I just played some dumb moves and then you killed me for it. I would say in the end game, you could have made my life a little more difficult than you did, but like you rushed a little here. There's probably some cleaner way to just force mate, like, I don't know, you walk your king up. Why? It's rusty. What do you call disaster? I call sussy? I don't think it was sussy. He played very human chess, and his time spent was very human. Plus, he said that his older brother was playing who was stronger. We'll see. I don't think so. He asked me before. I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. I played unrated for a reason. just king g7. The reason being you're going to play king g6 and then you're going to checkmate me. And it looks cleanest. I'm not sure how I prevent it. I'm actually trying to figure out how now, but yeah, like I've seen a lot of weird chess. This didn't seem that weird to me. Then g4's mate. And then something dumb happens. You can probably take rook c3. I'm going to play f5. Maybe rook f1. I believe it. And so I think you could have killed me a bit sooner with a little bit of patience. But what you did wasn't a big deal either because you're up a piece, like forcefully trading off the rooks. So I don't really have any criticisms. This was dumb. Knight a3 was absolutely the move. And the knight here is wrong. If they take early, you want to play knight c3 because you want to be able to punish them for opening up your center. Going here is too slow and too passive. Wait, how do I pronounce that? Yes, I am Richard Report. I'm absolutely Richard Report. Ignore the fact that I'm not a grandmaster because I am a grandmaster because I'm Richard Report. This is game 2 later. Go for it. Ansa Cervicalis 7. I don't know where the first one begins and the second one ends. My last classical over the board game. I played white. Well, we'll see. We'll see how much time we have, homies. You had white. Okay, let's see what you did today. Opponent just gave you the little setter. Principal stuff. This is what I mean. In a classical game, Cormac, who's incredibly well prepared, just develops pieces. Can't be bad. Queen f3 is a little speculative. I'm not sure I would play Queen f3, but okay. I don't love... I feel like the f3 square is where your knight wants to go. So playing Queen f3 looks a little counter principle to me. And if you go knight at e2, you want to go f4. But I'm sure there's an idea. The pressure is slightly annoying. Almost a monkey's bum. It's like an ape's bum. d5. Ex d5. Ex and bishop here. And if you don't take and play bishop back, then it's better because you play e5. It was good, but the C are just like in cemetery. So, Ansa Servisalis. Ansa Servisalis, e5. So it's trying to get you to play e5. And that point, it's like a weird Caro-Kann. But it's actually closer to a French. Like a Caro-Cannot. You know what I mean? It's not even a French because he played c6. So you're basically, after this, you go like, I don't know, knight somewhere. And you play a Caro-Cannot. Because you played c6 already. Oops. And then you just go for it. Okay, he takes d5, not bad at all. But bishop b3 is the first move I kind of disagree with. The ape's bum transposing to the Caro-Cannot. Yeah, exactly. See, we're learning so many openings here today, guys. The Caro can't. Yeah, ape's bum transposing to the Caro can't. But and the bishop b3 is the first move I like actively hate Because I don't understand. Like, the bishop's not doing anything on this diagonal. I would rather go to d3, because at least now you're preventing the bishop from coming to f5. You know? Bishop d3, it's like, it's not terrible, but I just, it's staring at a brick wall, and so it's kind of depressed. Your plan would have to be c4. But I guess c3 and you bring back this way, but that's just waste tempi. For c3, bishop c2. Yeah, but do you want to play c3? But you could play c3, bishop c2 anyway, and this is just better in the meantime. Like, this bishop d3 allows the same idea, but in the meantime, the bishop is better. This is not doing anything. So the bishop can not do anything, and then you play bishop c2, or it can do something, and then you play bishop c2, right? I already wasn't sure. I was pretty unhappy over the board. Yeah, that makes sense, because you could have played a Karo Kanat. Anyway, bishop f4. Bishop e6. Bishop e6 I disagree with, but okay. Yeah, queen f3 I didn't understand. It seems a little bit Patsersky, you know what I mean? Like, just why develop it? Like, if you have theory for this and you're trying to get some opening traps, then I guess. But just like, I mean, I don't see any real justification for bringing the queen out this early. It's not terrible, but I just play knight f6 and I don't get your point. Maybe there's something here, but no, I don't trust it. I almost wanted to play this, but I don't think it works. Because you have queen g3s. Just go like knight d5. Kind of have compensation, but is this USCF rated? I don't actually know. I don't think so. I think it was just played casually at a club. Yeah, so I guess e6 is best, but it's not bad, but e takes was definitely the first mistake. Because here, if he takes with pawn, you're very happy. Now this knight is amazing, and this bishop is way better than this bishop. You're super happy. There's no universe where he takes. And if he doesn't take and play something rational like knight f6, or let's say knight e7, knight e7 makes more sense, then you can go e5 at some point. That allows c5 immediately. But you don't have to play e5, because again, he's not threatening to take. That's what makes this different from a Karo Kan. That's why this is a Karo Kanat, is because black cannot play the normal ideas. And so now you can kind of try and justify queen f3 by going aggressive immediately. And if you plays h5, then you play bishop g5 and take advantage of the hole on g5, because you don't want to play f6. You really don't want to have to play f6 right now or really ever. Knight d7. And even like now, you really don't want to play this. Maybe you have to, but you just don't like it. Yeah, I'm very lucky. Now, I'm on the opposite problem. I don't have any chess schools. I'm self-taught, but I do have a club to play casually at. Now, I'm the coach of the club, which is another problem, but you know. Knight h6, bishop f4. Yeah, h4 is just h4 feels like the justification for queen f3. Right? If you're going to play aggressively the queen like this, you need to strike while the iron's in its lukewarm state. I wouldn't say why the iron's hot, because there is no hot iron, but while the iron's lukewarm, while the iron is room temperature, you know? h4. Oof. It's a disgusting move, but a3 feels equally disgusting, though. And look at this. The computer's calling repetition. I hate the computers. a4 is hard to play. Because now look at this position. Right? This bishop isn't doing nothing. This knight is doing nothing. And so two of your pieces are in jail. Two of your pieces are in jail. The only reason this isn't losing is because you have some semblance of a kingside attack. Queen d7, queen d3. Queen d3? What's the intention behind queen d3? I don't understand. Okay, this is the first move I don't understand. Why? Are we afraid of something? I don't think so. What's queen d3 do? Are you... I don't understand. Why? I don't have a great explanation. That was necessary to be able to move the other pieces. So you can move the knight without getting hit with bishop g4, I guess? I suppose that's what it is. But honestly, if I'm looking at this position, this knight isn't the piece I'm trying to develop. Knight g4, queen g3, and be okay. Yeah. But why give him the tempo? Why not playing h5? Okay, but... Okay, well, why not go knight queen g3 directly? I'm not saying this is good, but... And see if you can get something cooking on the king side. But h5 and bishop g4 in many positions. I was quite confused at this point. That makes sense. It's a very confusing position. And I don't know how many of y'all have played classical over the board, but it's a different feeling entirely. It's difficult to see this sort of stuff. But I'm not sure what queen d3 accomplishes. I guess it allows you to develop this knight, but I'm not sure why you want to develop this knight. Like, I'm not sure why h5 isn't the move here, because you forcefully take. Like, you're taking this and opening the h-file, which you're not winning, but it feels like your best shot at counterplay. h5, f3. Now, knight f4 is bad. I don't know why knight f4 is bad. It looks very good. Knight takes e6. Ooh, excellent. And your bishop gets out. I think you might have missed that. g4. And see, now you've got your counterplay. h5 was the mistake because f3, the knight goes back, and suddenly his pieces are in jail. He kind of saw ghosts. In this position, if you just play for the queenside attack, like, what are you going to do? Honestly, you can probably sack the knight. Knight 6 after queen d3 and I'm suffering. Yeah. You're suffering after knight a6 in every line. Because I can just sack the knight. And then play c4. And, like, it's miserable, man. It's a miserable position. Because while I'm technically down a piece as the black piece is here, this isn't a piece. Sorry, this isn't a piece and this isn't a piece. So practically I'm up a piece, even though technically I'm down a piece. Because remember what I said earlier, guys. If white doesn't have any kingside play, white's playing down a piece. So black effectively sacrificed a knight to remove all kingside counterplay. And so now white is playing down a piece. This is why I keep knowing that stuff is important. Knowing what you need and what you don't need. Ooh. And see, now you can force another rook and you can force something into position because you can't take, because oopsie whoopsie poopsie, the queen is trapped. Which is beautiful. How stunning is that? No moves left. In the middle of the board. The queen is trapped in the center of the board. That doesn't happen often. That's pretty. And after rook takes, he can't take with pawn because you got a queen and king pin. That's beautiful. No, yeah, got a queen and king pin. It's disgusting. So rook takes e4, just wins a knight. You went queen g2, which is a little bit unnecessary. And then he gave you the knight anyway. Oh, so generous of him. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Yet the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. God saw that the light was good. And he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day and the darkness night. There was evening and there was morning, the first day. Why did you post that? And then he's dead. 17 minutes or 14 more moves. You know what? That's fair. It's a fair enough position to resign. I wouldn't have resigned, but that's because I'm a psycho. I love Jesus. You know what? Based. Yeah. So remember, guys, this game was revolving around the king's side attack. If white had one, then he lost, then he won. But if white didn't have one, he lost. You want to resign either? No way. Yeah. So yeah, you really locked up your own pieces in jail in the opening, but thankfully your opponent let you break out. So this game was a jailbreak. This was the Shawshank Redemption, but actually good. That's a joke. Shawshank Redemption is one of the best movies of all time. Anyway, where do I have it on my list? Wait, I'm curious. What place did I put Shawshank on the best movies ever made list? I have it as number 15. Which seems low, but then you realize there's so many other movies. Honestly, I have to reorder this a little. There's some things that I don't agree with anymore. Is Arav the Goat still here? I do not think so. Not showing. And God said, "Let there be a vault between the waters to separate water from water." And so God made the vault and separated the water under the vault from the water above it. And it was so. God called the vault sky, and there was evening and there was morning, the second day. And God said, "Let the water under the sky be gathered to one place, and let dry ground appear." And it was so. Stefan Creative already left. Prarik, I think, is still here. Also, just Prarik, please tell me if I'm mispronouncing your name, because I know I do that fairly often. Prarik. Shawshank's fire. Rexport might kill me, but I think Pulp Fiction should go a little lower, and Inglourious Bad Words should go a little higher. Okay, let's see what we got here. Don't know. And Across the Spider-Verse might go higher too. Maybe Wall-E a little lower too. Don't know. Knight f3, knight c6, d3. Okay. What color are you, Prarik? I'm guessing you're black in this position? No, wait. Are you black or are you white here? I'm not, I don't actually know. Yeah, what color are you in this game? Actually, do you have it? Pratik C. This one doesn't show one. I'm going to assume you're the black pieces, because I think you are. Yeah, okay, you are black. Got it. Bishop c4, knight f6, knight f3, knight c6. Good. d3, d5. E takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. Ooh, this is a bad move on the part of your opponent. Already a very good position. Bishop g4, good stuff. h3 takes. I like it. Castle's long. Ooh, ambitious. I like this too. Nothing to comment on. Computer doesn't love this move, but I don't care. Queen d7. Sure. King h2, bishop d6. Is there a more immediate way to win? Doesn't look like it, and I'm not going to complain about developing a bishop opposite to the opponent's king. That can't be bad. Knight b5, e4 check. Don't know if e4 check is strictly necessary. I would be playing, don't know if it's good, but queen f5 is my gut instinct move here. Right? My thought process is I might play bishop e7 and come out this way. If you take, I take with rook and then lift my rook over to h6. And I don't know. It just feels more active. But honestly, this bishop's very strong, so bishop e7 might be a completely rational move. Or maybe you just try to break everything open with like f5. You played what, e4 check? E4 check just seems a little early. Because without your dark square bishop, this pawn is doing a pretty good job preventing this bishop from getting anywhere inactive. Just queen f5. If he takes, you take with rook and you rotate the rook. It's kind of fun. But okay. e4 check's not a big deal. And I would take this way. Because while technically you're getting rid of his weak pawn, practically you're just opening up his king more. E takes can't be bad. Knight b4. Hold on a second. Why knight b4? What's the logic here? I guess the logic is queen takes b5. What if I play a move that defends? You'd have to play knight c6. Remember what we were talking about with one move threat moves? This is kind of that. It's a one move threat. I play queen c4 and I don't know what your next move is. This knight will just be forced backwards eventually. Unless you're playing like a6. No, then I take this. I'm not in love with this. I'm not in love with this position, not gonna lie. Again, knight b4. See, every move you made up until this point followed chess principles even though you were winning. You developed, you castled, you played active chess, right? You took central pawns. This was the first move that kind of violated a principle, and it was also the first bad move. It's not a coincidence. First, discombobulate. Dazed, discombobulate. Distract target, discombobulate. I mean, I could do it on the sides of the webcam, but then you wouldn't see my hands. That's no fun. Oh, maybe that is more fun. First, discombobulate. Dazed, discombobulate. Distract target, discombobulate. The first move you played that wasn't strictly principled was bad. So, rook h e8. Just the simplest move in the position. Bring a rook that's not on an open file to an open file. This is also nice because now you can start thinking about lifting the rook. So I would say this is probably the move I would recommend in this position. It's just rook h8. Also, alternatively, a6. Simple chess. Simple chess. Although I like rook h8 better because development. So, then, but he gave you the knight anyway. So now, once again, we're returning to simple chess, and things are good. I like the inclusion of h5 here. Very sophisticated. You could have taken on g3, but why fix his pawn structure for him? Very sophisticated. Another option here, rook e8. That's very bad. But just simply check and trades queens. Excellent move. I like that a lot. I ignore Stockfish here. This is where Stockfish is objectively wrong. Take the free material. Honestly, you could consider going for like this. And then if they play something goofy, like you could just go into the king and pawn endgame and win that if you're confident. Hello, Nightoll. Hey, Chesscapades. Thanks so much for the raid. Let me shout you out real quick. Chess. Excellent name, by the way. Give you a follow. How was your stream? Hey, Pismos, I know you. Hello, Ben. Sikhaled. How close was I to pronunciation? F6, C6, completely rational. King B7. In general, I would prefer keeping the king off of the file of the rook. Amazing. Dang it. That was terrible. In general, I would keep the king off the file of the rook, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, just pushing. Call me Ben or Bensi. Gotcha. Oh, Bensi Khalid. Khalid. It's Khalid, right? Anyway. Was a class stream? What's a class stream? Unless it is what it sounds like. In which case, oh, thanks so much for the follow, Chesscapades. And Bensi Khalid. That's correct. Nice. Hold on. Hello myself. Appreciate the follow. No problem, man. Thanks for the raid. Let me just stalk you real quick. A little bit of friendly stalking. Who are we? Can I get a bio read? A boot? He's got a very professional overlay. Needs up my game. Bensi Khaled? New channel really be going about this? Oh, really? That's super cool. Oh, class. Yeah, no, I've heard that slang. Half American, not half British. Can't fight you. I love you. Fight me anyway. Have you never had like just a brawl with like a sibling or something? You know? Like when, you know, me and my little brother, the only ones are home. It's just like, you just get like slammed through a window. You know? Just like drop kick, elbow, whatever. Everything. He's just like grabbing at my hair, trying to trip me up. It's a battle. Punch you with the scent flow. That sounds very wrong. I don't like that. Okay, anyway. Slowly pushing all the pawns. Excellent. Just a literally Mortal Kombat. Literally Mortal Kombat. The unfortunate part is the kid is made of jello. So he just goes it's annoying. 10-year-olds practice wrestling, but they did not really realize yet that it's fake. Oh, of course. It's the best part. That's what I'm saying. You could fight someone. Hey, Mr. Fork, but it doesn't really matter. Unhappy doctor noises? It's fine. He's fine. He's fine, probably. It's fine. Something healthy rough and tumble play is good for the young mind, probably. Oh, they had made one. Doesn't matter. Good stuff. Don't tell them I give you $5. Exactly how that works. It's always bribery, right? But you end up going even with it. You know, if you got a good relationship, you and your sibling, you go even. By the time like 3 months pass, everybody has got the same money as the amount of money as they started. You know. Hello, Tin. Guess my first standard FIDE? 1,300. I'm aiming too low, aren't I? Redlands deadly punch on you when you're about to cry. Acts like you're servant. Exactly, 1,500. 1684. Nice. That's more FIDE rating than I have. Good job, man. I beat you 1,700. You have the games? Are you going to show us one of the games today? So you play an excellent game of chess here. The only thing I would say is that, like, you could play a little more actively, and you do the thing that people do sometimes where you abandon your principles once you're like super winning, and if you just keep following your principles, they'll keep serving you. Again, unless this is guaranteed to win a piece, which it kind of isn't, then it's difficult to justify going for it. Will do. Very good game of chess, though. Man, the chess.com name I have unspoken Riz is going to age like a fine wine. Can you tell me advice to win against Stockfish 7 on Lichess? How strong is Stockfish 7? What was the approximate elo of that again? It's like 2,500. Oh, so stronger than me. Take your time, I suppose. Because is it a timed game? If not, then you have a lot of time. Use that to your advantage. Have a game is 1,500 and against 1,500 both won. Saved also had 3.5 against the 2,000 and messed it up. Yeah, I've had winning positions against like 21, 2,200s and messed him up. It's rough. It hurts. So you can show us whichever one you think is most interesting, if you want to show one at all. The Nimzovich. I don't know my Sicilian super well, so I don't remember too much about the Nimzovich. The pin variation. Well, that would imply that I pin him. Ooh, it's a Scheveningen. Wait, it's a Scheveningen. I should have played G4. G4. We transposed. Okay, well, I'll just play it now. Nobody will know. Against the 1,500, for sure, I played the opening kind of wrong. Saw in her game, she doesn't react good to pressure and pressured her dumbly. Hey, practicality. You know what, guys? Rational chess is for nerds. So I'm going to do something dumb like this. You see the result? Sure. The thing is, actually, Benzi, or Ben. The thing is, Ben, Stockfish calculates crazy numbers of positions. And so, because of that, despite the fact that it doesn't plan fine like a human, it can brute force us. It will never, ever, like a strong Stockfish will never miss a tactic. Ever. And so the only way you can beat Stockfish is if you play perfect tactical chess and then also find better plans in it. Doing one of those things is very difficult. Doing both over the course of a full game of chess is nearly impossible. You look at the games, like Gotham occasionally does does videos where he'll analyze the computer chess championships, and if you just watch Stockfish and Leela play against each other, right, it's completely insane. The level of chess is, well, I mean, I guess by definition, inhuman. That makes sense. I could see that. I would say that it requires some calculation, but you can get there with a low amount of calculation and try to solve chess with the same logic. Well, you're never going to solve it with the same logic, but again, it requires some level of calculation. The no calculation thing is capped, but it definitely slows down the amount of calculation you need and brings it down to a really manageable amount. My calculation is by far the weakest part of my game, but I get along okay just because my positional chess carries me. I was hoping he would play that. He just played rook takes here. I'm pretty sure I'm losing. But he missed it. Not many candidate moves? I think if you don't have at least 3 candidate moves in the position, you're capping. I was whistling there. Yeah, you can't tell. He raged? Yeah. You gotta watch yourself, man. You gotta check yourself or you'll end up wrecking yourself. Again, right here I was completely losing. I'm fairly certain you could just do this. And oopsie oopsie poopsie. I believe is the technical term. And then just knight d7 as force mate, which is pretty funny. I think it's funny. Oh, I'm just thinking about it. I have a busy day tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna have to end stream on time, guys, instead of going late on Saturdays like I normally try to do. So the opening was solid. I shouldn't have played bishop g5. I should have played g5 here, g4 here. Play into the Scheveningen, the Keres attack, which is the scariest line of the Scheveningen. This is the reason I don't play the Scheveningen right here. I don't want to deal with this. A friend of mine from Chess Club plays the Scheveningen as his main repertoire, and I help him prep because, you know, I enjoy studying openings, and so I work with him and we prep for when he's playing games. And Scheveningen it's not his main repertoire, but it's a backup repertoire that he uses occasionally. And whenever we look into it, this is always the scariest thing. It's so difficult to deal with. So difficult. Nothing else in the Scheveningen causes nearly as many problems as the Keres attack. Oh. El Lion. It's 3 bishop h4, and now we play g5. And see, this is why it's fun. This is when Cormac starts having a good time. That's a black lion. Yes, sir, it is. Cormac plays the black lion. And we always have a good time when trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Knight h5 to just go to f4 is brutal. But after this move, I think you still can do it. Knight c5 is a little enthusiastic. Do you really want to take this pawn? Because see, that's kind of the weird part. Is if I play queen e2 here, do you really want to take this? I don't think so. I think taking this loses on the spot. Like, even if we assume I gave you the pawn, if you take the pawn, then you just die. So playing to try and take a pawn that you will never be able to take is a little weird. And if you're just opening the bishop, then maybe, but this bishop isn't necessary right now, and I'd rather try to open the g file. Like, getting this knight to f4 looks absolutely suffocating. Then the other knight can come to f6, and that seems like a better way of opening the light squared bishop. Something like h5 just to play like something like this also seems pretty good. Although that's a little barbaric for my taste. Which means Cormac should have played it. Next time I'll play h5 instead. What did I just say? What did I just say? You know a game or a normal review? That's just a normal review tab. 28, 1028, man. And I said, fair point. Yeah, well, yeah. Then I'll tell him. Brother of homies, you were too greedy. There you go. Does he trust a 2128 or 2116 or whatever I am? What did I say? I said I played knight h5. h5 is also pretty good, but it's a little barbaric for me. Cormac should play it. I knew. Anyway. See, this is what I mean. They move the knight back. It's kind of like a waste of a tempo. Like, doesn't accomplish anything. Anyway. Knight g4, sure. Here. This is a very typical square for the black lion, and I'm not a black lion expert. However, it feels like you're playing for the wrong idea. Like, you have all of this. It exists. Kill him. Kill him now. Makes sense coming from 2116. See? Boom. Elo privilege. Okay. Here we go. Nom. G4 outright. G4 yes. Queen D3 or something. Nah, that's probably bad. Again, you don't want to open the center. I don't know. Anyway. H5. B3. B4. B5. Knight to F3. What's the other knight? Oh, what? He played knight to D2, which can't be good. Oh, you mean F6? Oh, yeah, knight to F6 makes a lot of sense. I agree. Yeah, knight to F6. Knight DF6. I agree. I concur. H5. H4. B5. Bishop A2. G takes H4. Bishop takes H4. Rook G4. Let's go. Now is a time for barbaric chess. Ooh. Send you the news on chess.com? You mean like chess.com message? Ooh. Knight takes F6. Yeah. This bishop was the best defensive piece on the board. Letting black trade it off and opening this bishop has got to be terrible. No problem, Tin. Knight F3. Queen E7. I mean, just bishop D7 in order to castle and play rook G8. It looks a little barbaric, but, well, I mean, we've started this way. Why not stop now? Or king E7. No, king E7 is even better. King E7, rook G8. Let's go. I want you dead. Perish. What? How does white defend this? Like, legit. You do this, I take on G3 because the pawn's pinned. You play king H1 or something? I don't care. I play king E7, I go rook G8. How do you stop me? Then I play H4 in this position. Like, I mean, bringing the other rook is definitely the plan. So you just slowly and methodically do this and you kill him. Which is very funny. I love the positions where you're attacking and you slowly take a break to move one or two pieces to get your last piece in the game, like a rook lift or something. It's like if you're having a sword fight with somebody, you know, and it's like intense. And then suddenly you hit him with your sword, you knock him back a second, and then you sit down and have tea and crumpets. And then you get back to the sword fight. It's like, I need my energy. Time out. You knock his sword out of his hand. He goes flying into the tree. You raise your weapon, and then you like put it away, and you like have a sandwich. You know what I mean? I love it. It's great. It's like my favorite thing at chess. It's like, oh, spoilers. Like this entire game, Cormac's been throwing pawns and pieces out at his opponent. He's like, ah, you know, the entire time. And then suddenly, he could just go, whew, boop, boop, boop. Ah, then kill him again. It's great. It's like my favorite thing in attacking chess. Anyway, Queen E7. Queen E7 doesn't really contribute. Bishop D7. Castle's long. It's actually, it's the same idea. It's just a move slower. You need 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to get the rook in, versus 1, 2, 3 moves to get the rook in. So the way Cormac did it was also good, but 1 move slower. And in attacks, the 1 move matters. So what he did, what I'm saying is, he took the slices of deli meat and he folded them in half and put them on each side of the sandwich and then put the bread on top of the sandwich, which is a little slower than just putting the 2 pieces of deli meat on the sandwich directly and then putting the bread on the sandwich. So when he took a break for a sandwich in the middle of the sword fight, he lost a little bit of time and let his opponent gain his footing a little bit more because he'd spent too much time making the sandwich. You know what I mean? This metaphor makes perfect sense. 40 minutes and calculate lines for half an hour? I've done that. You gotta sometimes. B4 is desperation. He has nothing. Queen E1 is double desperation. He has nothing. Queen F1 is triple desperation. H4. Ooh. Also works. Queen F8. Just barbaric. H4 is disgusting. Just, no, you're not going to let the rook get in. Mate 1. Now, what are you going to do? Play like Queen F4? I'm not sure why you played King C7. I can't understand the move, but Queen F4 just looks like it wins. And then I'm a barbarian, so I would just go like H2. I'm just going to Queen, which is disgusting. Like, this is nasty. It's just disrespectful, honestly. King G2, you play Knight G4. Hydrate? I do need to hydrate. Very casual. Then Bishop takes F2. King 7 is I'm going to withdraw my sword technique. Yeah, it's the same thing. You're right, you're right. Oof. Oof. 17, 18 minutes and now hard line is just a little goofy. That's fair. Guess he had checkmate, yeah. This is a good game. It's always a good stream when we get to see a Cormac Black Lion game. Can't speak. English is a language I speak, I swear. It's Tin's turn, so let me just switch to webcam real quick. Roar. Rawr. Give me a second. Here we go. You play like hand such aggression and most of the moves, but you get tired, just relax and make calm moves. It's really funny. Chess is not a game of 1-inch punches. You need to put your entire body and soul into your punch. So sometimes you need to take a move or two to take 2 steps backwards. That way you have more room to clobber a guy, you know what I mean? It's not a 2-step punch game. So you had white here, correct, Tin? Find out. Got it. Yeah, let's just play the queue is pretty short tonight, Sumner. Also, how you been? It's been a while. Bishop c4, bishop c5, c3. Good stuff. 6 castles, d6, h3, good stuff. Castles, bishop e3. So I'm not an expert on Italian theory. However, as far as I know, bishop e3 allowing the doubled pawns is more of an idea in the Ruy Lopez than it is in the Italian. Because in the Italian, you've already got this c3 pawn, so this e4 pawn is a little bit more of a weakness than it normally is. And so the double pawns aren't quite as strong because you're already trying to push d4 via the support of the c3 pawn, so you don't need the e3 pawn to support as much, and you'd rather have the pawn on f2. Depends on the line. I don't know, maybe. Again, I'm not an expert on the Italian. It feels wrong in this line. Again, usually you want to play knight bd2 as far as I know. It's good in lines with knight c3. That's what I mean, but you're not playing a knight c3 line, you're playing a c3 line. This doesn't feel right. Games are play against you. It's your choice, Ben. You could choose for me to analyze the game, or you could choose to play with me. However you like. Let's go. I picked up where I left off. I'm doing fine. Just busy fellow this time of year. Hope you've been well. Been super well. Yeah, I can imagine marketing this time of year. Ugh. I'm pretty busy as well. I got stuff happening, you know. It's just a busy time. The best channel ever. Thank you. That's what I mean. Like, that's what I was saying, is the anti-synergies, you don't want this pawn to be here if you've already played c3. If you haven't played c3 and the knight's on c3, then it's great because you're pushing d4. But you already are supporting d4 c3, so you don't need the pawn on e3 to do it. It's anti-synergy. The things don't work together. They actually hurt each other, right? It's not the end of the world, but it's just, in these lines, if I recall correctly, normally you go knight bd2 and then rook e1, and you slowly try to make this d4 move happen. Maybe sometimes you move the knight this way. Oh, that's more of a Ruy Lopez idea, if I remember correctly. Either way, it's probably playable here in some capacity. Yeah, I'm white. I think it'll be off in a second. I thought you were white. Also, b4 is an idea in these positions thing, like b4, a4. But either way, I disagree with bishop e3. I think it's counter to the spirit of the position. But okay. Bishop e3, bishop e6, knight bd2, knight d7, a4, c6, b4, knight g6, a5, bishop c7. And see, now your opponent's also doing the wrong thing. Your opponent's also playing incorrectly. He should have taken this a long time ago. After bishop c7. And another thing, if I recall correctly, the main idea of the Italian, in these c3 lines at least, is to play d4. And so in this position, you can already play d4. Like, you can't play d4 right now, because if in this position you play d4, then he gets to take on e4. But now that you played knight d2, this is guarded, this is guarded, and after knight e7, I don't see a good reason why you can't play d4 here. And if you can play d4, and if you can play d4, I think you should just do it. Like, in this position, black is really kind of squashed. He's really kind of compressed. These knights are poorly placed. His bishop is inactive. This bishop is looking kind of dumb now because he didn't ever trade it. He doesn't have anywhere good to put his rooks. His queen is in an uncomfortable spot. It's just, black is pushed backwards. Like, what, like, find a move here, like, legitimately. We've flipped the colors. What do you play here as black? I guess you go, like, takes d5, because that's common. But then I play e5, and that's what I mean. Your pieces are just uncomfortable. So even if we go for something like this, which should be objectively fine, you have to play knight g4, which is psychotic. Knight d7, bishop d3. And I'm super uncomfortable. I hate this position as black. My pieces are all terrible. And my kingside feels a little bit weird. I don't like it at all. I have c5 and counterplay that way, but it's just, it feels far preferable for white. I just have more space. Knight d8 to play f5. I don't agree with that. I think you should be playing for c5, not f5. Knight e8, I disagree with, just because I don't think the idea is f5. I mean, maybe you could play f5, but I disagree with it. In general, you want to attack a pawn chain at the base. So if c5 is playable, it's the way to go. Now, you can't play c5 here, but that's why knight d7 is the move. It's because now you play c5 immediately. And, because this is the primary weakness, I would think. Right? It's like, okay. You know, black's not objectively worse. I just don't like the position. Either way. So, you kind of didn't go for that. Now, in this position, I don't know. I was worried about the diagonal light square bishop. Yeah, but you don't need to develop the light square bishop now. You can wait. The position is close enough that you have some time. It'll be fun to play. Okay. Yeah, no. Bishop c7, rook e1. And see, now I should definitely play d4. Don't know. Either way. The bishop's simply more active on the square. Prevents the rook from coming to e1, e8, and if he goes bishop d7, then you can take, and this bishop's far worse than this bishop. Yeah, you should be, but... Well, bishop e3 is not bad. 4 takes, knight d4, okay. Queen d6. Knight f1, excellent move. Very good. Rook d8, queen e2. Why not c2? If I'm going to a square for the queen, I like being able to put some pressure on this pawn. It keeps the knight pinned down, and he can't play bishop f5, which is the move he'd want to play. And if I go something like this, then suddenly this pawn's a little bit suspicious. Queen c4 is the idea. But why do I want to play queen c4? Like, dumb question. Let's say I play a6. Why do I care about queen c4? Queen c2 is good, then rook to d1? Yeah, absolutely. I'm not afraid of that. This knight's very good. I'm jumping to d3 next move. Not immediately, but I don't think queen c4 is the idea. I think you should be pressuring his pawn weaknesses and also taking control over the open file. I don't think this diagonal is one to put your queen on, because this is a problem, right? And then eventually this might be a problem as well. Someone about it. It's not a bad idea. I just don't think it's the best idea. It's definitely not bad. Just don't think it's best. Knight f4. Knight f4 looks wrong because now you definitely have queen c4. Can you play queen c4? Yeah, no. Why are you taking that? I would agree with that. However, I don't think this is an attacking move. This is just to put pressure. It's not. I don't think this is necessarily for an attack in the sense that he's trying to checkmate him. It's pressure, and so I get it from that perspective. Knight f4. Just play queen c4 here. Not queen to b5. I mean, he gave you your idea. The big problem with queen c4 was knight e5. Now he doesn't have knight e5. I'm not exactly sure why he gave you this. Like, I mean, this looks terrible for black. I would much rather play white here. I think I played takes and then queen c4. Yeah, but I don't think you should have taken. This knight is, if anything, it's a bad piece. It's not doing anything productive. It looks kind of nice, but it's not. If anything, it's kind of hurting his coordination because it's blocking his queen. After takes, queen c4, his queen's a lot better than it was. And now rook f8, and you could kind of say, like, okay. You would rather his queen be on d6 than on f4. The queen is a much stronger piece on f4. The bishop's is better than the knight because it's an open position. and the queen is much better at f4. See, that's kind of what's funny about it. You took because you were afraid of sacrifices, but sacrifices are much stronger when the queen is this close to your king. There's nothing to be afraid of. Like, what's he going to do? Sacrifice on, like, h3? Yeah, like, bishop takes h3? Well, first off, if he does anything goofy right now that doesn't come with check, if he does some sacrifice that doesn't happen with check, you take on f7 first. And that is definitely losing. You could probably go here. No, like this. And then you just take the bishop. And you win. Right? So if he does something that doesn't happen with check, you are threatening here, here, and you win a piece. Very concretely. So, no sacrifice works that doesn't have a check. Knight h3 has a check. But he doesn't have a continuation. Doesn't have a follow-up. How does he get his queen in? You still play queen to f7. And now you can just play knight f3, which is psychotic. Knight f3. Which, what a beautiful move. What a beautiful move. I wouldn't have seen that, but you don't need it. You could play f4. Knight f3 is gorgeous. But f4 is more human to me. And then you take with knight afterwards. And remember the principle. In general, in order to have an attack that works, you need 2 more attackers than your opponent has defenders. Here, he has 2.5 attackers. He has 2.5 attackers. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders. 5 in 1 move. You have 4 defenders against 2.5 attackers. You're not going to get mated. Unless you blunder something terrible. That's what I mean. So, the sacrifice isn't something you need to be afraid of in this position because you just count. 1, 2, 3 attackers. You have 1, 2, 3 defenders. 4 because this knight comes in immediately. So, there's nothing to be afraid of. So you trade off a bishop in an open position and brought his queen closer to your king. Unnecessary. Hey, good job, Tin. That's pretty cool. Rook d7. Ooh, that feels wrong. Rook d1. Very nice. Rook d7. Rook e3. I like... Oh, not queen b5. Knight b5 is kind of nice because now the bishop has nowhere to go. Yeah, I like knight b5 because this dark squared bishop is his strongest attacking piece. These dark squares around your king are your greatest weakness, and they're keeping your knight a terrible piece. This knight would love to go to e3 or g3. It can't, though, because of this strong dark squared pressure. So if you can forcefully get this light squared bishop off the board, dark squared bishop off the board, you are golden. The problem is, until now, you couldn't force it. But so playing knight b5 to get rid of this dark squared bishop, you're trading off his most important attacking piece. And now you've got this terrible bishop versus this amazing bishop. Now, I'd be a little afraid of bishop e6, but the rook hangs. So bishop e5, what do you do? Bishop e5, then you just play... not here. Bishop e5, then you go rook d1 check. He goes king h7, and then you take on c8, and that's a free piece. Yeah? You don't have any tactics, do you? You don't have that. No, you don't have that. You don't have takes and then that. You don't have anything. Just a free piece. You have nothing. I was a little scared of some rook moves, but there's nothing. Your knight guards that square too if you're ever afraid of it. Yeah, it's diddly squat. Knight on f1, there is no mate. So knight b5 would be the best. Trade off his best attacking piece. Rook d3 isn't terrible, but the knight wants to go to that square. So you've kind of hurt the coordination of your pieces, but in return, you're doing okay. Queen g5. Knight g3. Sure. Bishop f4. Knight f3 is a good move. Look at that psycho chess. Look at that psycho chess. And you get 1 billion pieces for the queen. You play bishop e6, you get a tempo. And now you get another piece. And you got 2 bishops and a rook for the queen. That, my friend, is called complete compensation. Full compensation. So what was your plan after queen takes g3? You don't take? Okay. I mean, I see the engine, so I know what the correct move is, but I'm curious what your thinking is. Rook d8. Computer saying the only thing that holds here is rook takes e4. It's just so hard to see. And it's calling like triple zeros too, which is psychotic. Crazy stuff. Fascinating stuff. Bishop e6, queen takes e6. Nice. Ooh. Nice witch and zug. Nice witch and zug. And now you're just up a clean... What is that? You're up a 2 pieces for the rook? Psych chess. Exactly. Ooh, and now... 2 pieces. Because you want a rook. Beautiful, beautiful. Then clean endgame win. Excellent. Okay, 2 minutes of blundered. Well, yeah. But this is not an easy position to play. Like, in this position, bishop takes e3 is bad, but even here, this is really hard to play. This endgame, I would take white 100 times out of 100. I know the knight can kind of do things, but there is just so many weaknesses. Like, you're never going to lose this. So many weaknesses. I would love to play white in this position. This is where you play this game for another 200 moves, and black has to play perfect chess for 200 moves in order to survive this. It's really miserable. It's so miserable. It really is miserable. I am closing the queue. Anyone already in the queue gets to stay in the queue. Just nobody new can join. Can I join again? You're already in, so you're good. Really pretty game of chess. But yeah, you kind of got your moves messed up here. You played the wrong plan for the opening. Now, thankfully, your opponent didn't punish you for it, but you did. And then you got scared and started seeing some ghosts. He won't be gritty. Not the stream. I won't wait for nothing. Okay. I can say the other game was a little bit more precise but quiet against 1736. Yeah, that sounds good. Nothing wrong with that. Ah, I forgot. My new theory is f5. I've been playing knight f6 against knight f3 for so long that I completely forget to play f5 because I'm trying to transition to playing a Dutch, and it's actually going really well, but I'm pretty happy with how the Dutch has been treating me. How you forget the Dutch? No, it's fine. I like this line. This is the Spassky. I love the Spassky. I love the Spassky. Never saw it, to be fair. The Spassky? It's not as common as I think it should be. This is such a good line. Spassky is underrated. No one knows how to play against it, but it gives you such good play as black. I go here, here. I was on that state championship. I was 18th out of 30, and I was only playing to 1500. That sounds nice. That sounds excellent. Good job, man. So you're just killing it over the board, aren't you? What song do I want to listen to? 3 out of 7? Yeah. I mean, that's an excellent result. You're just starting to get yourself an elo. You're working into it. That's not bad at all. I would say it's actually quite good. I'm not going to take because I feel like taking would allow the d6 square to become really weak. And so I'm not really afraid of taking here and then jumping to d4. It looks fine to me. And something like d5 is playable pretty soon, if not like right now. And then I can take with really anything. So yeah, b takes there. While often you take that pawn, I think this is an exception when you don't want to take the pawn. I'm playing a WGM in Europeans. Easy win. Easy win. Of course. Titles, they don't mean anything. Titles are completely meaningless. You see how Magnus beats the those Grandmasters? It's nothing. There's nothing. It's free. Free points. Yeah, free low. Free low. We call that free low. I think 96 was a bad move. But okay. That was also a bad move. What am I doing with my life, guys? I played my moves out of order. I meant to go d5 and then knight c6, but I played it backwards since now I'm losing a piece. But okay. It's that time of night. The chess gets bad. It always happens. You guys picking up what I'm putting down, right? There's always a time of stream where the chess goes from mediocre to garbaggio. And this is the time. But it's fine. It's like, what, 10-20? That's normal. You can't blame a guy for trying. I gotta push somehow, you know? I gotta try to cook. Sometimes you're running out of ingredients. Kitchen's on fire. Everything's on fire. And all that's left is to take your last 3 tomatoes and cook. What are you going to make with 3 tomatoes? Nothing good. But maybe your opponent will burn whatever it is he was trying to cook. And you'll win Cutthroat Kitchen anyway. Oh, come on, Tin. You want to play the strongest people possible. That way you can get such good experience. Oh, come on. No, it's... You want to play against strong opponents. That's like the goal. Take 3 tomatoes and just start sauteing those suckers. Make the best sauce anyone's ever seen. I'll have you know, I got an A+ in culinary arts in high school. So just be prepared for me to cook. Blood's Magnus Carlsen plus? Exactly. Now with bad metaphors. And by bad, I mean genius. I mean bad in like the good way, you know? Like Michael Jackson's bad. And Carl lost against Wesley Solo. I saw that. Wesley is like the ultimate dark horse in any tournament he plays in. It's just, you can always just exist and destroy people. He's such a good chess player. And he just stays quiet. He just casually exists. So as a spectator, it's always surprising when he wins. Not because he shouldn't win, but just because you always forget that he's as strong a chess player as he is. They said Kramnik was super happy. Ah, Kramnik's celebrating, for sure. Wait, is Kramnik celebrating? Hold on. Because isn't that... Rapport is my favorite? That's... He... Now, see... Wesley's a dark horse, but Richard Rapport is the people's champion. The people's champion, I say. What, Hans Niemann? Hans Niemann is the engine's champion. The Hans Niemann speaks for himself. I don't need to tell you what Hans Niemann is. This is a very bad position. I got Richard Rapport's signature, believe it or not. I got Richard Rapport's signature. I got MVL's signature. I got Sam Shanklin's signature. I got Daniil Dubov's signature. And I got Peter Svidler's signature. Yeah, I got MVL and Richard Rapport. How cool is that? The chessboard's over there. I could actually show it to you once I'm done with this game. Once I win. As soon as I win, I'll show you the board. Because I had him sign a chessboard, of course. It's cliche, yes, but I mean, Maxime is effortlessly cool. He wasn't as friendly as Richard Rapport, though. Do it, Tin. Richard Report and his wife were super friendly. Both of them. Which is what I've heard. You know, from everything I've heard, Richard Report's always super friendly when people ask for signatures or whatever. But you never know, right? See you, Tin. How about Magnus? I haven't gotten Magnus yet. I've been to 2 tournaments where Magnus is playing, and both times I missed him. Bro is actually a ghost. I don't know how he does it. I swear he has a secret back exit. Twice I sat out and I waited for him, and he never showed up. I almost got Grishik's signature once. I just barely didn't. I just barely missed him. But Grishik is definitely one I want at some point. Grishik is like the Tupac of chess. That is the most unhinged thing I've ever heard in my life, but you are absolutely correct. I almost got Grishik's signature. I was so close, man. Nepo? I haven't got Nempo either. I want to get Nepo at some point. Poor Nepo. Nepo is like, the fact that Nepo lost to Ding is just insane. That was like, I really expected him to win. This is a very bad position. Yeah, and you forcefully trade queens. Right. It's so, yeah. Imagine. Because, like, the first time against Magnus, right? It's Magnus, okay? No offense to Nepo, but Magnus is built different, you know? Like, I don't know how to say this without being mean, but it's like, I don't think it's fair to expect Nepo to beat Magnus. Like, if Magnus had a bad day, Nepo a good day, it could happen, of course. But, like, there was clearly a skill gap. Because, like, there's a skill gap between everyone and Magnus. He's very clearly the best chess player in the world. Right? But against Ding, Nepo had real chances. And he, like, a winning position when he was already, like, +1 in the tournament in the championship as a whole. It's just tragic. Can we compare Magnus and Bobby Fischer? Oh yeah, for sure. It's an interesting comparison, but you could absolutely compare Magnus with Fischer. It's just, you know, Nepo isn't a Fischer. Carlsen, you could argue one way or another, right? There's a debate to be had there. And Nepo just isn't. But to be, you know, it's called a once in a generational talent because it's somewhat rare. You know what I mean? This isn't a, ooh, Nepo bad. This is a once in a generational talent is once in a generation. That's why it's called a once in a generational talent. Or once in 3 generations. Like, Magnus isn't even once in a generation. He's leapfrogged. Or we're past that one at this point. Hans Niemann is beyond that. Hans Niemann speaks for himself. I already said this. I want to visit Bobby Fischer's grave. That would be interesting. You really should be able to do this. Hans Niemann does not speak for Hans Niemann. Exactly. Not even the 72-page chess.com report speaks for Hans Niemann. Should I send you the link? Sure. I'm back. Welcome back, homies. Just blundered a piece like a dumb. That's chess, though, yeah? Says GG played very strong. I think if you got me earlier in stream, I would have had better chances, but this late, maybe I'm coping, but... Okay, I'll look at that in just a moment. We're analyzing this game first. This was just a horrible move. This was the terrible move. I messed up the move order in my head again. This was what I meant to do. I meant to play d5 and then knight c6, but I played knight c6 then d5, which is just horrible. Just terrible. d5 first and I'm totally okay. E takes, bishop takes, queen takes, and we got chess. You know what I mean? Play this knight here and we're fine. But the way I did it, just got my moves backwards in my head. And I tried, but, you know, down a piece. And you cleaned me up pretty clean. I tried to gain counterplay, but there was nothing. GG's. I simply got skill issued. That's me, Sofiane. Sofiane happy. Sofiane happy. Sophia ni happy. Sophia ne happy. Maybe he would lose next time? Maybe. I mean, we wouldn't know unless we play next time, right? You said it right? Well, I said it like 5 different ways, so I don't know which one's right anymore. That's the problem. I say like 5 different ways, and then someone says you said it right, and I'm like, oh. The first one? Sofiane happy? Okay. Bishop 4, c5, c3, knight f6. Nice. Bishop d6, bishop g3. Okay. Which has to play and I could play it. Works for me. He didn't. Knight b7, bishop d3. Yeah, like a London. We basically transposed into a London. Actually, no, it wasn't even transposition. This is just mainline London. Okay. Sure. Good stuff. Not falling for the trap. A lot of people get passive in the London, but playing e4 here is good. Knight, homies. Takes. Knight f6. Excuse me? Free material? Free pawn? Nom? It says goodbye and good night. Goodbye and good night to him as well. Didn't calculate? What, you didn't take it? Oh my goodness gracious. How much time did you spend on this move? You spent 5 seconds on this move. Ben, my guy. You gotta take the gifts. You gotta take the free stuff. When your opponent gives you free stuff, you gotta take it. I did play a lot of games. Come on. Come on. Didn't see this? You gotta take the free stuff. Now, if anything, I prefer black. Not going to try to say black's better, but I would prefer to play black. Like, there's a universe where this happens, but I don't know if it's our universe. Is it our universe? No, it isn't. Because you could do this. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Okay. In which case, it's not our universe. You go queen a5 first, and now you're threatening to take here. Yeah, so you play b4. Even if you don't play b4, it's b4 psycho. Bishop b3, and then rook takes d4. So, again, if anything, I prefer black here. Bishop c2 is a very weak move. Even if you don't take this, you should have at least taken this way or gone queen c2 or something. Bishop c2 just leaves your queen on an open file and lets black have all the play. Black has all the initiative, all the play, all the everything. More active pieces, the whole shebang. And you just have this really poor pawn in the center. And then queen d3 doesn't really help your cause. The queen stays pinned. It's just... I prefer bishop b3, if anything. I'm not even sure if that's good. Bishop b1, maybe? Just... I would move the bishop. Just get something so you can get this pawn out of the way. I'll find compensation afterwards, yeah. Like, I would play bishop b3, honestly. And then after, like, b6, and then I would go, like... I don't know. Can I play queen c2? Probably not, right? Yeah, you have bishop takes f3. That's queen d3 here. Either way, queen d3 first is just not good. And then 95. Ooh. Your pieces are just so chaotic that none of them are working together. They're working against each other. This bishop is blocking this rook. The queen is blocking the rook as well. There's nothing the rook can do. The knight is not defended by anything else and is cut off by a very strong rook and is attacking this bishop, but is also in a very weak position itself. None of your rooks are on open files. Your queen is guarding a lot of things by itself. Yeah, the knight's trying to remove the... But... Like, yes, that's a trick, but it's a trick only, and your opponent has 4.5 minutes on the clock. You should be falling for that. Now, fortunately for you, he plays knight d5, and he simplifies everything, and he lets you fix all your pieces. But if you were really playing chess, you would play bishop e6, and this knight's not doing anything. And all of your pieces are really poorly placed. Black's got so much more activity. Black's got so much more cohesion. Everything just is very synergistic on the black side. Again, it's just bishop c2, and every move since bishop c2, your pieces are tripping over each other. You know, there's no teamwork. It doesn't matter how strong your individual players are if there's no teamwork. There's no teamwork in your position. Now, thankfully, black lets you resolve all of these problems, but he really shouldn't have. And then you won your pawn back. There's just nothing here. He just slowly does this, and I'm not even sure what move you play next. Like, I would try for something like rook f1, but just... Like, rook d8 can't be that bad. This is what I would play. This is the human move. And, like, you can't play bishop b3. You can't... No, I go knight f3. You go knight f3 here. Okay, and I have 3 rook d6. And once again, you need so many moves. Knight g5. Oh, come on. You're playing too many moves with your knight. You're not fixing your position's core problems. You're just trying to checkmate him. Rook d. Again, you're still not fixing any of your problems. You fixed one of your problems here with rook d1, but this knight's still poor, this bishop's still poor, this queen and rook are both poorly placed. It's going pretty well, Welsh. How have you been? It's been a hot minute. Queen takes c5. What? That doesn't work. Then check. I win a piece. I win a piece, Ben. No, it's defended. By what? Thanks, lost 150 rating points. Chess is going so well. Oof. Yeah, I'm at like, as you can see from my thing, I'm 2116. I've got over 2200. I thought bishop. Well, even if you could take the bishop, let's say I let you take the bishop and I play something dumb. Like in this position, I don't know, I play something like this. You're still down a piece. Even if you could take the bishop, you're still down a piece. That's my point. You're not playing, you're abandoning your principles because you're scared, or not scared because you're desperate. That's not how it works. You don't, in chess, you don't get to say, I'm going to have principles until I feel like I have problems, and then I'm not going to have principles anymore. Your principles are there whether you're winning, losing, or it's even. Especially when you both have as much time as you do. You can't afford to play like this knight going on a magical journey. It's not right. Your rooks are bad. This bishop's bad. The knight's just a little bit misplaced. It's not terrible. Like you can go like b3 maybe, blunt the bishop somewhat. Right, bishop b1, maybe knight c4 at some point. Well, yeah, but you're not going to gain elo by relying on opponent mistakes. You have to force their mistakes. Knight b4, rook e2, bishop takes. Because even here, this is a slightly less comfortable endgame for you. Knight f3. Take, check. Rook d3. 7. If you had played a5, you would have been in a world of hurt. This is a very painful position. a5, world of hurt. Welcome back, Tin. But luckily for you, he let you get this endgame, which you had no reason to. You did not deserve. I am chaos. What do you mean you're chaos? He just played a bad endgame move after 2 seconds of thinking. I'm not going to call it luck, because I don't believe in luck, but... Then he gave you a billion pawns. Then you gave him 2 pawns back. And then blundered your knight. Oh, goodness gracious. Ouch. Okay, if I'm white here, what am I thinking? And he blundered his knight. Yuck. This was very bad. Check. King f7. Check. King e6. I need to take on g7. Hold on. Don't even calculate what I'm playing. You know, somehow, I believe you. Just call it intuition. Oh, that was your turn. Sorry, Christiana, the queue's closed. Was recently closed. This looks confusing. Not a CAD line? Nope, not a CAD line, which means I hate it. No. Gotcha, Tin. Is Sumner still here? It shows that he's still in chat. Sumner EMP. So what are you doing, Sumner? It's Tin's turn? No, it's Sumner's turn, that's Tin's turn. I'm bad, though? So am I. We're all bad. It'll be a quick one for you. Ah! Don't say that. This is where the chest is bad, Summoner. It's like nearly 11 p.m. here. Okay, wait. Is it Sumner EMP with or without the underscore? I don't remember which one we use. With the underscore, got you. 2245 here? Yep, same here. Okay, let's go. I mean, same region. Yeah, the Sicilian, emphasis on the sauce. Nice line. I find the canal a little boring, I'm not gonna lie to you, but that's a line. We play it. The 3 tomato variation. Now that's me. That's me when I make a terrible blunder. That's like my version of the Botes Gambit. But cooler than the Botes Gambit. Because, you know, I'm objectively cooler than the Botes sisters. Obviously. Obviously. I'm like cool and underground, you know? Just mostly in like the last game. Base 10. No, the 3 tomato variation is just when you really burn down the kitchen, but you gotta cook anyway. And all you got left is 3 tomatoes. Now, the trick to the 3 tomato variation is if you spend one of your tomatoes trying to make your tomato soup, then here's the thing. If you play bad enough moves, then somebody will throw a tomato at you. And if you can catch it, then you got another tomato. Right? You got to maximize your tomatoes in the tomato variation. Very important. This is deep positional chess we're going over here. I'm going to play Exchange Karen next game, so? Well, okay, no, I want to say it anyway. I make it fun. That's a joke. For legal reasons. I'll take with pawn. Usually want to take with pawn. Giving me the dark squared bishop in these dragon lines is always a little bit sussy. You know? You know when something is sussy? For example, hypothetically, the imposter. The nothing burger variation. That's the nothing burger. Happens against Stockfish. Happens against anyone strong. Stockfish, yeah. Stockfish always forces the nothing burger variation. I bet you could Google it, Tin. What do you mean, like the music? What do you mean? Oh, let's go. Permanent weakness. Permanent weakness. For the rest of time, that pawn will be weak. And Summoner's going to feel the pain of having to play around a perma-weak pawn. It's supposed to be weak, but it's so strong. I beg to differ. This does not look like a strength to me. Like they did on purpose? Hey, whatever you say, Chief. This just does not look that purposeful to me. Except that I blundered a rook. Because I'm bad and I forgot how knights move. How does the horsey move again, chat? Can you remind me? Do you remember how the horsey moves? He did the sack. What can I say? I'm just one level more advanced. That's why I'm a 2000. It's because I'm willing to do things other chess players wouldn't even consider. I call it creative thinking. I bet you didn't even consider the knight sack. Because I'm built different. I'm just showing my opponent how much power I have. And what a terrible game of chess. Totally winning, and I just blundered away a full piece. I'm gonna escape. Stalemate. Shh. Don't reveal my secret plot. Don't reveal my top secret scheme that no one's ever thought of before. Now you're going to learn when so it doesn't feel weak. Or, like I said, it's 11 p.m. And so I'm riding the struggle bus. Aw, you're no fun. Horrible game of chess. I told you, Summoner. You didn't listen to me. Nobody listens to me. Hard to reach 2,000? Yeah, I've reached 2,200, but I just haven't had the time to sit down and grind. More than motivation, honestly. It's life's been stressful over the past few months. What's your point, Frontier? Until I'll get lucky against you? Hey, luck favors the prepared. Sometimes people just give you stuff. And clearly I could do it like 3 times in a row, because that's been my life today. So I play chaotic now? Nah. But I don't want to play chaotic. It hurts when I see that I'm doing something unprincipled. Can I redeem? I'll give you your points back, because I think that's the last game I'm actually going to play today. Oh. Gold is channel is a masterpiece. Thank you so much. Also, masterpiece. I see what you did there. There you go. There's your points back. Call me what you will, but I'm not a scammer yet. Just wait. Once I get a few hundred average viewers, then maybe, you know, I'll drop the crypto, rug pull it, get my golden parachute. You know how it is. But at that point, it's just business. Can't take it personal. I did not throw on purpose, Sumner. I can guarantee you I did not. For I love your channel. Thank you. Okay. Now, last analysis of the night. I really appreciate it, Ben. Kind words are very encouraging. So you're the white pieces again here, Tin? E4, C6, D4, D5, EX D5, CX D5, E3. Okay, sure. No, I joke, but I don't. Yeah, we are, because I refunded his points. Anyway, I joke, but for the longest time, my repertoire is I would play something like this and then go Queen C2, and I would play this line and just slowly grind people down. So I joke about, ooh, exchange slow, or no, exchange Caro-Kann, so boring. But like, memes aside, I respect playing these slow methodical lines and going for really intentional wins. Knight C6, C3, Knight F6, Knight FC3, Bishop G4, H3. Isn't like H3 move in this position to play H3 before you play Knight F3 to prevent the pin? I don't know, it's a question. Like, for me, it's pretty principled. I go for this, and I play Knight F3 next move. I like it. Because here's the thing. The reason you play Bishop D3 this early is because you have to think about these symmetrical positions. In symmetrical positions, tiny differences are big advantages. Knight F3 is definitely playable, but I'm going to make an argument. I'm going to make a case. Tiny differences are huge advantages in symmetrical positions, or not symmetrical, in positions as like dry as this one. And so you have to think about, okay, what does my opponent want to do? This bishop doesn't have anywhere it wants to go. It can't, like, D7 is meaningless, E6 is meaningless, F5 it can't go to, and so G4 is the only square it can go to. It's the only square it can go to. So if you play H3, you prevent your opponent from playing the only move that makes sense in the position, and they have to go for these G6 lines. And G6 bishop F5, which is a completely different story. And now they're putting their bishop on G7 and making it eat some rock. Then Queen H4. Knight F3. Bishop D3. The bishop tries to pin the knight G4, and bishop to B5. Wait, hold on a second. 3, bishop H5, bishop F4. Queen H4, and then A5. Hold on, what is it? I like to play knight F3, then bishop D3, then bishop tries to pin G4, and then bishop to B5. Like bishop b5 instead of h3. What, you're saying like knight a4, queen a4 here or something? Wait, I'm confused. What's the exact order of moves, Ben? So bishop d3 and then knight f3 in this position, pin. What's the move order? Bishop b5. I hate this already. This is wrong. This is already bad. Bishop, queen b6. Might not be the best move, but bishop b5 is incorrect. This bishop is very strong on d3, and moving it twice just does not make sense. Again, you can't move the same piece twice in the opening like this. It's not good. Queen a4. I take on f3. Clear tempo lost. A clear tempo lost for no real compensation. As soon as you move the queen, I take the knight. The moment you move the queen, I take the knight. Then I play a6. This is already significantly worse. Basically, white's playing black. It's worse than that. No, take knight. Oh, pardon me. Take knight. Okay, b takes c. Sure. And then you take the bishop. It is even worse, but I'm waiting to let him cook. I want to see what he cooks. The open b file is a benefit to the black pieces. Now take bishop. Yeah, this is not good. This is just a bad position. Knight g4, you're a piece out. What? You can't afford to play any of those moves. White always has check. Yeah, bishop f4. Okay. Bishop e7. I'm just going to castle and play the position where you have this terrible pawn structure. Where are you putting your king? Well, first off, I can almost take. I'm not going to. I'm just going to play bishop e7. You know what? Bishop e7. No reason to do anything crazy. I'm just going to castle and say, what are you doing with your life? My king is going to castle, or I castle. And go in h1. But either way, that's not good for you. You've created a weakness for no clear compensation. What is black's weakness? This is an objective weakness, either now or in the endgame. There's... And this. So, I mean, you can play b4, so I guess this isn't that bad. But, okay, this is an objective weakness. What is black's weakness you have as compensation? What's your meaningful compensation here? How to attack the weakness? I am the world's most boring chess player. So my instinct here is say, okay, I'm going to play an endgame, and once we get into the endgame, my compensation is rook on g1. No, play here. I'm curious. I'm legitimately curious. Like, what do you play here as white? I'm struggling to find a good move as white. Rook g1 is not meaningful compensation. It's just not. There's no attack. Your piece coordination is horrible. Need for black to sack the knight here. Awful. Like, terrible. This is a long-term weakness, not a short-term weakness. You could play it like a short-term weakness because there's also some king weaknesses, but black doesn't have the development to get away with that. I go castle. Like for a joke? Oh, for a joke, it's hilarious. That's definitely a move, but I'm not sure I would play that. I would just castle. I'm going to castle. Castle, and you go bishop. Wait, okay, no. I'm castle. I'm not playing knight h5. I don't understand that. It's a computer move. Yeah, I don't understand knight h5, so I'm not going to play it. I mean, I understand at some point, but I'm not going to play it right now. I go h1, king h1. Okay. Well, now I take on b2. b2's been hanging this entire time, but I've decided that I'm going to be timid. So I was only going to take on b2 once I was castled, because I'm a little bit afraid. Go knight to d2. Come on, now you gotta be trolling. You gotta be trolling me now. Because this is very clearly very, very bad for white. Queen c1 is not a legal move. No, rook c1. Okay, which rook? Rook f or rook a? Mm-hmm. Queen a3. No, not queen b4. Queen a3. Queen b4 is also probably playable. But I like queen a3. Queen c2. Rook fc. I'm up 2 pawns in this position, Ben. Rook g1. You're never going to checkmate me. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Queen b4 is also very good. Both are playable. I wanted this for tempo on the pawn. Bishop h6. Oh, come on. g6. There's nothing here, Ben. You don't have the pawns. You don't have the... There's nothing. There's not enough material on the board. Again, your king is just as weak as mine. You can't ever move the knight or this is a problem. That doesn't exist. It's smoke and mirrors at best. Black resigns. Literally. No, not black. Sorry. White resigns. Knight b3. This is death. This is resignable. Horrible position. Horrible position. Genius. Tin is a genius. Tin super GM. Rook takes g6. Okay, yeah, now you're trolling me. It doesn't work. Now you're trolling me. No, I swear I'm trying. Rook takes g6 doesn't work. You don't have enough material. What are you going to play like rook g1 and try to checkmate me or something? Is that the goal? Rook g1? Okay, I'll take it. I'll take it. Give it to me. Show me your compensation. I'm not scared. Rook takes g6. King h7. You've got nothing. You don't have enough pieces. You're out of pieces to sacrifice. Very common thing. It is very common. When you start sacking pieces in a worse position, you run out of pieces to sacrifice. Nothing left. Taking obviously loses, but I can go king h8 or I can go king h7. There's nothing here. I just take the bishop. King h8, also totally fine, but I'm choosing to take the bishop. Resign, yeah. No problem. Kaisa demands that this chess be wrong. That's why I'm so confident about this. Kaisa, the goddess of chess herself, demands that this is wrong. You can't violate all the principles of chess and then claim to have a winning position. Anyway. That's why I like h3 first. Now, the way Tin did it is completely fine as well. Tin played also a very natural way. He went knight d2 and unpinned that way. I go hard until I find 2100 elo and I lose. Yeah, the Kaisa, the goddess of chess. Kaisa. So here's the thing. Yeah, you go hard because a lot of people will fall for that stuff. But as a 2100, I'm not the best chess player of all time, but I can call out that, you know? I could call out that sort of malarkey. You want to look that up? Sure. It's not a real thing. It's an invention of like the 18th century, but still cool. But how do I find the right move? The pieces will guide you. Use the force. No, but because you can't violate the principles of chess, right? You can't make yourself have a terrible pawn structure. You can't just give up space randomly. You can't undevelop pieces randomly. Like that's why I was so sure that this was a bad line. Because I'm like, okay, you're letting me have doubled pawn. You're doubling your own pawns. Become Beth Harmon? Exactly. You're doubling your own pawns. You're undeveloping your pieces, and you're letting me just win a pawn. What are you getting in return? Because the reason grandmasters give up something is because they get something back. The principle of a gambit isn't that you give your opponent a pawn and hope something good happens. A gambit is I give you a pawn, but in return I get 3 tempi, 4 tempi. I get a few moves to make something happen, right? You don't give up something for nothing. You have to have a very concrete explanation of what exactly you're taking if you're giving something up. Otherwise, you don't give something up and you play slower. Castles, rook a8, 6. The doubled pawn in the middle, no open files yet. Well, see, here's the thing about double pawns. Double pawns have multiple reasons they're weak. There's not just one. Doubled pawns aren't weak for only one reason. Doubled pawns are weak because, one, in endgames, doubled pawns are harder to defend because they don't defend each other, and they also don't push as hard. Doubled pawns are harder to push, and they're weaker, which means in endgames, they're always worse. Not always. 99% of the time, they're worse in endgames, which means if you have a doubled pawn, you must have some reason it's better for you now. If doubled pawns are the same for you as they are for me, like they're okay for both of us, then I'm better because long term I have a better endgame 100% of the time. So when you have doubled pawns, and additionally, they're not just doubled pawns, those were doubled isolated pawns, which is much worse. Doubled pawns, like if we're looking at the if I go to a different opening and we play like a Spanish or something, just something random, an Italian, I don't know, right? Something like this. Like in this position, okay, the doubled pawns aren't isolated. They worked, yeah, in Italian, not Spanish. The double pawns work together because they help me push. Double pawns have a reason to exist, and they prevent the knight from jumping into the center. They have purpose, they have strengths. But they're not isolated. If this pawn were here, these pawns in the center might be very weak. Maybe not, because they would defend these squares, these central squares as well. But they have the potential of being very weak. But as of right now, they have active pressure, and they prevent important squares from being accessed. If we compare that with the pawns you have in this position, yes, they guard some central squares. However, they're isolated, which means nothing can defend them except other pieces. No other pawns can defend them. Right? That's the first thing. The second thing, attacks don't come from nothing. Attacks come from more active positions. Positions where you are better developed than your opponent, where you have more activity. You do not have more activity than I do. Let's look at this objectively. We both have our queens out, and I have a knight developed. You have nothing else developed. You are not better developed than I am. There's no philosophical justification for you to have an attack here. Additionally, these aren't your only weaknesses in the position. This is also a weakness for right now. Maybe you can defend it, but anything you do, if you just try to castle, you have to do something to deal with this pawn. So really, it's another tempo. Now, I was trying to calculate something like b4, but even that kind of hurts after a5. So this pawn on b2 is a backwards pawn, and it's also a big weakness. So your double pawns aren't your only weakness in this position. Give up. Have that stream. Thank you, Osborne. I didn't even know you were here. Appreciate you stopping by. Have an excellent rest of your day. So this is a weakness too. So this isn't your only weakness. If these were your only weaknesses, then okay, mate. But additionally, yes, you have the open G file, but I can always just play G6. The open G file is enough by itself. You would have to also push the H pawn or something, which takes a lot of time. So you have to, thank you, Shadow Mage, for the follow. So you need time as well. Attacks don't come from nothing. You need to build them up, which means you need time. You don't have more time than I do. You don't, if anything, you have less because you have to defend this pawn first. The way it happened, you played bishop f4, castled, and then I castled because I'm a coward. And so now the issue is, yeah, but okay, so you can't trade queens. And if you try to be fancy, there's the principle, right? That you need 2 more attackers than your opponent has defenders. I have 2 pieces defending, you have 1 piece attacking. And while the 1 piece might be real, we can get much higher. You have 1 attacker. And you have no clear path. That's the problem. They can't. This knight can't move. This queen can't move. This rook can't move. This bishop's the only piece I can enter. So you can get a second piece in the attack. Fair. You can get a second piece. So you need 2 more attackers than defenders. Currently, you have 1 less, which means you need 3 pieces to enter before I can bring 1 piece in. So you need 3 pieces to get into the attack before I can add 1 piece. So I can add 1 piece in 3 moves. So you need 3 pieces to enter the attack in 2 moves. You see the problem? Just math, just basic math. And if you can't get 3 pieces in the attack in 2 moves, which unless you're like revealing attackers because you set it up 10 moves ago, it can't exist. Yeah, basic tempo calculation. Македонец? Полмакедонец. Татко ми е од Македонија, мајка ми е од Америка. Значи, тука живеев 8 години, 8,5 години. Сега студирам тука, живеам тука. No. Yeah, so it can't work. And then, remember, here's the issue. So not only is that the problem, but you're down 2 pawns. And you've got long-term weaknesses. So you're down 2 pawns on long-term weaknesses. If this reaches an endgame, you lose. It's over. I have long-term win condition. You must checkmate me. So not only for you to the attack to work, you have to have three pieces in 2 moves, but you also must do that or you lose the game, which makes things worse. So you must add 3 pieces in 2 moves or you lose, which is very bad. That's not a good position to be in. Starting here, you lived here, still do for 8 years? Yeah, pretty much. Now my Macedonian isn't perfect. It's my 2nd language, but I'm learning. I am going to college in Macedonian. It's amazing. Also, no problem. Again, I'm always happy to answer good questions. Or not good questions, sincere questions. So yeah, philosophically, that's why I was like viscerally rejecting this. I'm like, there's no way. No language for real. Do it. Anyway, back to the actual game that happened. Rational stuff. Okay, so I don't love Queen C2. The reason I don't love Queen C2 is because you're putting the queen on the open file. This is a reverse Carlsbad position. If we look at this pawn structure, this is what's called a Carlsbad pawn structure. You've probably heard this before. This pawn structure, where white has with this exact thing, is called a Carlsbad. And in the Carlsbad, black has 2 plans, or this side has 2 plans. Either you go f3, f6, e5, and you try to get a central push, or you go for the minority attack, and by pushing all of these pawns and trying to take on c3. And if you manage to take on c3, then after b takes, this is a long-term weakness, and you play against that in the endgame. So, in this position, the knight's on f3, and there's not enough time. White has everything really well defended. So the central push is basically impossible for black, which means black should be going for the minority attack. So black should castle, put the rook on c8, and then just push. Right? Maybe this rook comes to b8, usually. Usually like this rook to b8, this rook to c8, and then you push these pawns. Right? That's what black should be doing, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain that's how that should be played. With that in mind, we know that in 4 moves, there will be a rook on c8 and a b pawn pushing, which means this queen on c2 is probably going to become a weakness. And that's okay if we have an idea for it. But I don't see a super concrete reason the queen needs to be on c2 right now. The reason I played the queen on c2 earlier in the line I showed you a few minutes ago is because I do that to prevent bishop coming to f5 immediately because my pawn's still on e2, so I can't play bishop d3 first. Here you managed to play bishop d3 first, so I don't think queen c2 is necessary to your position. It's not bad, but I just castle first. Maybe your queen comes to c2, but honestly, queen b1 is looking kind of fresh. I would be considering queen b1. Rook e1 is probably the first move. And then if I'm black, I play rook fc8. And then I would be thinking queen b1. This feels like a little bit of a weird square to put it on. Now, if I'm black, I go here. Then you play a4 because you want to prevent b5. Bishop g6. Bishop takes h takes. And see, now, as white, you capture the center. The c5 square is like the big thing that you fight for as the white pieces. Because if I take, then, yeah, it's a fork. And so you can't take. And so knight d7, I can play knight takes d7, queen takes d7, and then I go like queen d3, this knight comes to f3, and I try to gain control over these central squares. So it's like this battle. It's like a philosophical battle, you know what I mean? I'm fighting for central squares as the white pieces, you're fighting for the queenside pawn push as the black pieces. Who has a better position? Who knows, right? Now, this is just a sample idea, just demonstrate some ideas. Now, so queen c2 isn't terrible, but I would be concerned about this long term. If you were thinking about this long term and you didn't think it was going to be a problem because you're going to trade off this bishop anyway, fair enough. But just, hey, that's super cool. Congrats, Squeezy. Because normally I'm going to play like g4 and we're going to trade these bishops and then you play queen d3. So if you're thinking that, then okay. But I'm just intentional. Know what you're getting yourself into, especially in classic. Okay, c8. This is a little bit inaccurate. This rook wants to be on b8. This rook wants to be on c8 because you need a rook to help support the b pawn. So a little inaccurate on the part of black. a3. a3 is fine. Knight a5. Okay. Knight e5. Excellent. As soon as you place knight e5, jump into that central square. Wonderful. Are you winning, son? We're analyzing a game, and I love these positions, so I think the analysis is going pretty well. Also, what mod do you make, Squeezy? I believe you mentioned it before, because I believe you were around when I did my Minecraft server, were you not? Knight out, knight e5, excellent move. And an over defense c4. Very good move. He's been streaming for 4 hours. Thank you, Adam. I normally stream 4 hours. That's my normal stream time. I just love streaming. That's the problem. It's a bad thing. Anyway. a6. Knight b3. If you use the latest Via Fabric, then my name is there. Oh, that's super cool. Via Fabric is nice. I do use Via Fabric. Because, you know, Via version is amazing. And then I use Fabric as a mod loader because I like it more. Although I'm going to be honest, I don't love this knight being on b3. I feel like this knight wants to go on to f3. And now, while him being able to take isn't ideal, so maybe you play... is g4 a move here? I would consider g6, bishop takes, and then, like, f4, knight f3. I would be considering this. Because now this knight's kind of stranded in the shadow realm. It's not really doing anything. And this gives you a nice central control. This square's a little weak, so maybe you leave the knight on d2 for a while. You leave it there, and then you just go here. We play chess. I like this sort of idea. Knight b3 isn't terrible, but honestly, I feel like this knight is more important than this knight. This knight on a5 is kind of dumb. He's going to have to move it back to c6 at some point. And when he does that, he ends up wasting a tempo, right? And so, never prevent your opponent from wasting a tempo. You can just chill. Rook e1 or something. He's going to play knight c6. What's he going to do? b5? You play b4. That's kind of weird. And then if he goes here, you go oop-de-scoop. 1400 by 3/2000ths row. Hey, that's pretty sick. I was a bit overextending, but it was the best idea. g4 is fine. It's not necessary, though. You don't have to play g4 right now. g4 just usually is the idea because you want to trade this bishop off for this bishop to help secure the central squares, right? So g4 is an idea and usually is one of the main ideas if you're playing this side of the Carlsbad. But see, if he plays b5, then suddenly, after knight b3, the problem is you've deprived him of his main idea. Queen c7, knight c5. And so now he no longer has the weakness on c3, and that's the main idea of the Carlsbad is this minority attack and the weakness on c3, and so suddenly it's a lot harder to play black here. Very difficult. I would much rather play white in this position. This is agony. So the knight on a5 isn't doing anything. This is a pointless piece. So let it stay there for a while. Let it chill. It's not doing anything. And if after b5, b4, he goes here, you play knight b3 anyway, and like you take, h takes, and then you play knight c5, and it's the same stuff. These knights are amazing, and you can just take this at any point if you're ever afraid of it, which you don't even need to be, but I would probably would at some point. Like, what do you do? Ibshi, thank you so much for the follow. Like, you just take that. And like, no matter which way he takes, it's bad. Like we say, b takes, and just... I love this position for white. The queenside pawn majority and strong locked-in knight long term. You're going to have black's never going to win this endgame. Meanwhile, white has some good chances to push, and so black will be suffering. And if you're playing an opening, if you're playing an opening as slow as an exchange Caro-Kann, then this is like the best you can hope for. Black's going to suffer forever. So, yeah, I don't think you need to trade off the knight. Now, he didn't even take it, which I think is wrong. So, okay, here's the problem. Now, after this, the issue is this bishop ends up being a fairly strong piece. He gets to play b5. And so now, you're not terrible, but now he's locked in a good square for his knight. You have to trade one of your strong knights for this bishop. And it's a little uncomfortable. a4, okay, a4 is good. Okay, sure. And bishop g6 is the problem, because then you kind of want to take... Time preventing knight d5. You play rook e1, that prevents knight d5. Rook e1 prevents knight d5, because if he takes, then you fork his queen and knight. And so then he has to move his queen. And then if he moves his queen, you can play like knight d2. And taking is still bad for him, because you get like the opposite of what happened before. Well, first off, he loses a pawn, pretty concretely. First off, he just loses a pawn here. Go back. Rook e1 is absolutely the move. In this position? Yeah. Bishop x. Bishop x, dx. Bishop x, dx, knight d2. Stops knight d5. Oh yeah, because you're attacking the pawn. But he has b5 there, which is what happened. Because knight e4. Knight e4 isn't that big of a deal. I'm more worried about this. After b5? Oh. Well, I'm not sure what the big deal is about b5. Why is knight e4 that good of a move for you? I don't understand. Why is this so good? I'm going to play bishop g6, and you're going to be forced to take with your strong knight. Because he doesn't want to play f6 here, right? He just doesn't want to. He really doesn't want to. Because if he plays f6, this e6 pawn is a weakness for the rest of the game. He can't do anything about it. It must sit there being depressed and weak forever. And that's painful. You really don't want to play f6. And so he plays, like, I'm not saying it's, like, best case scenario. Let's say, like, I don't know, something random like king h1. f6 here is good because it forces the knight back. You have to play something goofy like knight g3. And, again, it's the same idea. But, my point is bishop g6 is fine. And then you have to trade off your good knight for the bad bishop. So again, this bishop is doing a very good job right now. After knight c4, you go here to prevent him from taking immediately. Then when he goes queen c7, and so you basically play rook e1 with tempo, and then you play knight d2. And so now he kind of has to take. If he tries to play b5 or something, you go a4 first. No, you go knight b3 and you go to c4, c5. Because now he's created another weakness. Remember, you can't move pawns backwards. He plays b5, this square, because suddenly no pawn can attack it. Beautiful square for your knight. If he tries to get smart and take your knight first, and then play b5, you say, okay, and you play a4. Because now after c4, you can take it. And there's no longer the weakness on the c file. And he doesn't have time to play a5 because you take here. Because remember, his idea is he wants, in this position... Can we do a guess the elo? Well, I'm going to stop streaming fairly soon because I've been live for 4.5 hours. This is the last game I'm analyzing. But, I'm not against it long term. I just know the elo of everyone in my chat since I analyze and play games with them so often. A takes, B takes. See, the idea here is takes, B takes, and now this is the long-term weakness. But you don't even have to allow that to happen in this position because you can just take. See, that's the nice part about the way this happened. That's why you need a rook guarding this pawn or something, so that the pawn on b2 can be weakness. Because if, let's say, this rook was on... Because if we go back, and we, like, say both sides ways to move. You go here, I go here, you go here, I go here. And then we go knight d2. The difference here is that maybe I can take this pawn, but I can't even do it with this. Okay. I bet you don't know my really low. 5,000. Remember to hire loaded. Literally, you want to Google guess the elo? Oh, and I could do that. I feel like it's less personal though. I'm against it. It's 3,000, right? Either way, this isn't terrible for you. I'm just saying you could be playing for a win because you're just much better. But in this position, rook a2. Now I just play again. Knight d5 is such a strong square for the knight. You kind of give it to him on a silver platter. He plays knight d7 though. I'm just playing very timid. Queen c7, knight takes, knight c5. Queen c6, rook f8, bishop g6. And again, this bishop's very strong. Hey, Ben, welcome back. This bishop is very strong. Queen e2, rook ab. Now, this is terrible because you let your rooks in. You should not have let your rooks in. There's no reason. I'm not exactly sure what you're threatening in this position. Because if we trade off rooks, this is a draw. White has the advantage of a queenside pawn majority. Black has the advantage of the light squared bishop. There's advantages for both sides. We play chess. Now, white's for choice, partially because the queenside pawn majority is very good, and also partially because queen and knight is usually better than queen and bishop. They just synergize better. So if we trade off all the rooks, white's for choice. But I was playing for a draw. That was your first mistake. So why didn't you lead with that? That explains everything. Never play for a draw. That explains everything. No. You play for a win and you accept a draw begrudgingly. No, do not play for draws. That's bad. Bad. Don't do that. Rook a6. I like rook a6. Rook b6, and then you murder him. Nice free exchange. Ooh, I like queen f3. And rook e8, and that's GG's. It's a lot of pawns. Legit, you could take the bishop here. Legit, just take the bishop and then chill. You can play like f4, g4. Oh, you did? Oh, okay, you didn't. Yeah, but I guess you just... Oh, yeah, you did just literally one move later. Excellent, my guy. Also, f4 first. Let's do some counting. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It takes the same number of moves for the king to get to the center with f4 and without f4. And f4 is just a useful move. So, extra move, free move. f4 is a free move. No reason not to play it. You're winning either way. Just, you know, little endgame nuances. With f4 is good. So look, one move to play f4, then 2, 3, 4. Without f4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just, you know. Because then you can play like G4 and prevent his king from ever getting in. It's nice stuff. He spent 40. Oof. King F1. Just F4 is a little better. You'll see F4 prevents all this from happening. Like F4, he comes up here. You don't even have to do this. I would play G4 here, and now he can't even pretend to have fun. This is just depressing. This is when he resigns. Or she. I think you used female pronouns last time. Anyway, for your opponent. F6. King E4. Wonderful. No complaints. Very clean. Passed pawn. This is very, very basic king and pawn endgame to win. I'm sure you can win this. He resigned. Yeah. Here, very, very clean win. Very clean. Good stuff. So yeah, this is why I say that a lot of times just not blundering is enough, and your opponent will eventually blunder. So good stuff. Good game of chess. However, absolutely, you simply played a better game of chess than your opponent, hands down. Like all my positional nitpicking aside, you absolutely simply played a stronger game of chess than your opponent. There's really no question about it. Again, I have a few complaints. To be fair, played a bit bad, much lower than the 1700 probably. Probably, but who cares? We take those. Blunders won. Thanks so much for the follow. We take those. Either way, positional nuances aside, I just have a lot to say about these sorts of positions because I play these positions a lot, or at least I used to. I really like them, and I think they're fascinating because there's so much nuance to them. There's so much, like, it's very positional. You play for like one or two tiny advantages that you have, and you just push those and push those and push those, and I love it. It's one of my favorite things about chess. So I have a lot to say. Either way, I'm calm. Because I'm a kiddie, probably thought I'm going to go secure a con advanced line 20 move 3. I just play the simplest line possible. Exactly. I'm telling you, if you learn your positional chess and you like get good at that understanding, that synergy, when your link is possible, you're going to connect your mind to the internet or house. But it sounds kind of messed up. It's going to be very interesting. I'm curious. I'm very curious to see how it works. But I don't remember who. I don't remember who said it. I think it was. What is it? There's like some weird thing where Steve Jobs was asked about what he thinks will happen when we get the brain-computer interfaces, the BCIs. And he said, well, we already have them. They're called the iPhone, right? And to some degree, while I think it's obviously a marketing statement, I kind of get what he's saying and agree with the premise, which is I don't think the mental connection that we can make with computers will change that much because I don't see that big of a difference between that and the way we normally interface with computers via a phone or a smartwatch. Push A7 and B7 to attack C3. Ben is completely correct. Yeah, he's saying you need to push these pawns. That's exactly what I was talking about, Ben. That's exact. We had a whole conversation about the nuances of these positions. It was so interesting because I love them. I usually play this the other way. Like I play this as black, or rather I play it as white, but I have this pawn structure. I play the Carlsbad as white usually if I play it. It's beautiful stuff. I thoroughly, if you're into the slower, more methodical side of chess, the positional side of chess, I encourage you to try it out just as an opening. And the way I would recommend getting into it is d4, d5, c4, and if they play e6, you just take it. You just take it and then play like queen c2. Do you like the French? I really don't. I don't at all. I hate it. Carlsbad. Somehow I need to break by f4, f5 if possible. Yeah. Or you play for g4 and then you hold on to the e5 square for your life. And you play around how strong the e5 square is. That's also something you do. No problem, Tin. There's a ton of resources on the Carlsbad. What I would recommend is, I remember, let me see if I can find it real quick for you. The St. Louis Chess Club. has an amazing video series on the Carlsbad. Here's the one I remember watching. It's like 40 minutes long. There's so much good stuff here. This is a fire video. It's chess openings explained, and this is kind of where I got the idea from. The problem is I play e4. Yeah, but these positions are so important to know. You got one here. That you just got a Carlsbad in this game. This is the same thing. The colors were just reversed. That's why it's important to know these. Is because even if you play e4, these positions show up all over the place. They happen all the time. All the time. That's one of the most common pawn structures in chess, the Carlsbad. So the video I sent you is a 40-minute like intensive by the St. Louis Chess Club on the Carlsbad pawn structure. An excellent starting position for it. It's where I learned a lot of the stuff about the Carlsbad. Now, I've looked into it myself afterwards, and I've played it a lot, and I've learned from it a lot. But the video itself is finito. I highly recommend that video. Beautiful stuff. And he explains it very, very beautifully. I'll send it again. This YouTube video. It's a 40-minute YouTube video by the St. Louis Chess Club about the Carlsbad pawn structure. Good stuff. Highly recommend. You can find other resources. There's tons of resources. It's a very well-studied chess position, but that's a very good one. I'll save it. Go for it. It's 40 minutes, so it's long, but it's not too long. I mean, you can like watch it while you're eating lunch or something. The classic. It's a good video. Anyway. So yeah. Now let's find someone to raid. I'm calling it for tonight. I'm tired. We'll raid TK. It's been a while. Too long. Just thank you. No problem, Blunders. TK or Sinister? I'm raiding TK. Raid Sinister like last stream or two ago. Have a good one. Thank you. Yeah, there's always... That's kind of why I love chess. So thank you for the follow, Blunders one. Did I thank you for the follow? I don't remember. It's like... It's almost midnight my time, so I'm kind of checked out. You're very welcome. Thanks for giving me your old what for, Sona. Now it's raid TK. Is someone realistic level card only 25 years old and something Dr. Elo? Probably not, but I would say that's not because you're 25 years old. It's because there's only like 4 people who can reach the level of Hikaru. That's the point. Hikaru's not like there's only one Hikaru, and like Magnus arguably is up there as well. So there's like 5 people that are at the level of Hikaru. You did? You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, yeah, now let's rate TK. But we can enjoy the journey, Ben. You don't need to be the level of Hikaru. You can smell the roses along the way. Chess, very luckily for us, is a very cool community. Anywho, night.